like to call this regular session of the Bloomington Common Council to order. Thank you for being here. Will our honorable clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Strasburg. Here. Piedmont Smith. Here. Zulik.
Here.
Asari.
Here.
Daly.
Yeah, here.
Yeah. Rollo.
Here.
Ruff.
Here.
And Rosenbarger.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Tonight's agenda is posted on both of the doors. There's a handful of copies there if you'd like to see it. It's also posted online, but it includes approval of December 17th, 2025 regular session minutes, which have been amended. Reports from council members, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration Commission, and the Committee on Council Processes, as well as a report from the Hiring Committee. There's also 3 items of legislation for second reading: Ordinance 2026-06, Resolution 2026-05, and Resolution 2026-06. There's no legislation for first reading, and there'll be 2 times for public comment for anybody who wishes to comment on things that are outside of things that are on our agenda. We'll now come to minutes for approval. The December 17th, 2025 minutes as amended. Are there any motions?
I move that the minutes for December 17th, 2025 as amended be approved. Second.
All those in favor signal by saying aye. Oh, sorry. Are there any corrections?
Just a quick correction. They weren't amended when you made the motion, so they're just the minutes as resubmitted to you.
As resubmitted, thank you. Are there any other corrections? Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor signal by saying aye. Aye. All right. Any opposed? The minutes are approved. And we'll now move on to reports, and we'll begin with reports from council members. Does anybody have a report? Councilmember Strasburg.
Is this when I'm supposed to do the budget letter?
You can. Or you can do it
because
during...
are we still having 2 sections of council member report?
I thought you'd do the budget letter during committees, but your choice.
Okay, it really doesn't matter. I'll just go ahead and do it now since I already talked about it. So in the first packet addendum that was sent out, I think yesterday, there is the, I will say, final draft of the letter to Mayor Thompson from the whole council about budget priorities for 2027. Y'all gave me comments on it last week, and then at fiscal committee on Friday, we also commented on it. So if there are no other concerns or if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer those and address those. Otherwise, I would love a motion to go ahead and submit this to the administration.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments for Councilmember Strasburg? Otherwise, we'll have... All right. Are there any motions?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, I will make the motion to submit the letter of budget priorities from the council to Mayor Thompson.
Fantastic. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of submitting the letter as written, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 9-0. All right. Thank you so much, Councilmember Strasburg, for working on that. Did you have a report further?
Well, I just want to mention for the public that I did write an open letter to the community around Hopewell. I submitted that. I emailed it directly to multiple people. I thought about trying to get it in the packet, but I just did not have time to make it fully accessible. So that was a thing. But it is publicly linked, and it's also on Bloom Docs. And if anybody who has not read it is interested in it, just let me know and I'll send it. And then I do have my council member individual meeting slots 2 weeks actually on April 14th. But I think that this is our last regular session before those. So if you're interested in having a little one-on-one 15-minute meeting with me about anything at all, you can find the link to sign up for that on my public calendar. And if you're not sure how that works, if you email me or call council office, I would be happy to help you with that. So that time I have set aside is between 11:30 and 1 on second Tuesdays right now. So again, that's April 14th, and that's my report. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any other reports, colleagues? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to a report from the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration Commission. Doctor, take it away.
Well, I'm not a doctor, but I wish I were. Maybe one day. Thank you. Good evening. I'm James Sanders and pleased to present the 2025 annual report for the Martin Luther King Birthday Celebration Commission. Today, we'll reflect on our accomplishments over the past year and share our plans for the future. Our commission consists of 7 members who are focused on organizing and supporting programs that commemorate the annual federal holiday, including the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Legacy Award, volunteer service initiatives such as A Day On, Not a Day Off, and the 40 Days of Peace. Our charge is to promote and honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. through activities that celebrate his birthday and promote diversity, inclusivity, and racial equity within the community. This year, we have worked hard to produce our 32nd annual commemoration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, create engaging activities for children at major community events, and build strong partnerships with new and established community partners by supporting their programs and events. In 2025, we achieved several key milestones. For example, we produced the 2025 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration in collaboration with 16 local stakeholders, welcoming over 200 attendees and collaborating with 16 local, and raising over $9,000 in sponsorships. We collaborated with Bloomington Volunteer Network to encourage community-wide volunteer service during the 40 Days of Peace, which took place from January 21st through February 28th, 2025. We created the educational Black Inventors Trivia Game for all ages and shared it with the public at 10 major community events. We marked Remembrance Day, the anniversary of Dr. King's assassination, by reading Martin's big words to elementary school classes at Bloomington Montessori School. These efforts have raised Bloomington's collective awareness of the impact of the civil rights movement on our day-to-day lives, and we are proud of what we've accomplished. Looking forward ahead, we have exciting plans. We aim to host in collaboration with community partners 1 to 2 programs per year outside of our annual birthday commemoration event. Support the Monroe County NAACP's Freedom Schools project, create original education materials examining Dr. King's 6 principles of nonviolence and demonstrating how to apply their lessons in real-life scenarios. Produce during 2026 and 2027 a 6-part series of community conversations reflecting on historic demonstrations of King's 6 principles of nonviolence from around the world. We anticipate challenges such as decreases in annual programmatic sponsorship from local businesses and individuals. However, we are optimistic about the opportunities they present. We see potential for deeper connections with the Monroe County NAACP, the Neil Marshall Black Cultural Center, the Black Humanities in the Midwest Project, and Resilience Productions. We invite you all to join us at our next commission meeting on Wednesday, April 22nd, from 6 to 7 p.m. in the Allison Conference Room at City Hall. Your involvement is vital to the success of our initiatives. We currently have 2 vacant seats on the commission, so we also invite you to apply to join the commission by visiting bloomington.in.gov/MLK. Please mark your calendars and be a part of promoting and honoring the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Bloomington. And with that, I'll accept any questions that you have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from colleagues? Any comments? I would just like to say that this year's celebration was fantastic, and really I think he did a fantastic job also of highlighting the diversity of voices and work that's been done throughout the city. And I love the way that this celebration in particular is expanded beyond just the day, but of service and other things. But really, I mean, the report showing that you're working all throughout the year to keep true to that legacy, and we're just so grateful for the work that you do for the city and the representation that you do for the city. So thank you very much. Councilmember Daley.
Everything that Councilmember Asari said, and I just want to say it is just such an infectiously joyful event that I always love going and celebrating. So thank you for all of that. I know it's a lot of hard work, so thank you. What can we do as a council to support you guys better?
Thank you for asking that. I agree, it was a magical day. This year we had to plan around the IU bowl game, so not only did we get an early start, we got a late happy ending, so that was great. The way you can support us really is by coming to our events and programs. I know a number of you already do. But for you all and the general public who don't normally attend our events, we will be glad to see you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Strasburg.
Yeah, thank you. This isn't a question so much as I just wanted to highlight again those 2 vacancies, because I just peeked on Onboard and there aren't actually any applications in for those vacancies to be able to consider in terms of one of those appointments as a council appointment and one of them is a mayoral appointment. But I just really want to strongly encourage people to apply for those vacancies because this is an important commission. And I don't know, Mr. Sanders, if you want to just tell the community a little bit about what is actually involved in serving on the committee, taking this opportunity to be like, well, how many hours a month commitment is it, or anything like that. I kind of just want to give you that opportunity to convince people to come and join y'all.
Well, thank you. In the true spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King, we would love the participants or any potential participants to have a heart for service, first of all. The commitment, I guess, per month is about a couple of hours. We, have our meeting, and then there are things that we email and communicate back and forth on, especially during the time we're planning our events. So I've been on the commission for a few years now, so I usually offer 3 hours a month just for official things, but if honestly the hours are countless, depending on how much you'd like to be involved. And so that's where that spirit of service comes in, with caring about the events and also the time between the events. People who are familiar with the MLK Commission know that we have one flagship event a year usually, but as the years have progressed, we have gotten more into the 40 Days of Peace and volunteering at the Black Market during Black History Month and also Juneteenth events. And so, like I mentioned in the annual report, we are just hoping to build and foster those partnerships around the community.
Great, thank you. I want to emphasize that's less than an hour a week on average, so that's a pretty low commitment if anybody's out there on the fence.
Sure.
Apply.
And in exchange, if you sign up right now, we will keep this meeting short, we promise. All right, so moving on, thank you so very much. We'll move to, what is next? Council committees, please. If we, first we'll have a report from the Committee on Council Processes. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you. Let me just find my addendum here with the information. There was an addendum that went out yesterday with a report from this committee that is comprised of 2 parts. First, we have a document with our recommendations for a standard procedure now that we passed Ordinance 2026-05, which was to allow discussion at first reading. That is just kind of a step-by-step of the procedure that we recommend. The underlying assumptions are, first of all, that there will always be a presentation of legislation at first reading, and that there will be a discussion and public comment as well at the first reading of legislation. And our second assumption will be that once we agree on this procedure and from this point onward, we will have robust communication with the public and city staff about our new procedures so that everybody understands that it's a change, that we will have presentation, public comment, and discussion at first reading of legislation, not just at second reading as we have so far. So I won't go through all of this, but I would open it up for feedback before I go on to point number 2 of my report. So hopefully my colleagues have had a chance to take a look at this. And of course, if there are other members of the committee who want to chime in. So let's first look at procedures for discussion of ordinances at first reading. Any feedback? Does this look good? Are we okay with what was proposed?
Colleagues, to the left and to the right. I'll just say one, which, you know, and I think we had a similar conversation when we passed the legislation. I wonder if we should assume that we are always going to read something on first introduction. I mean, I think that the council retains its right to not, and I do think that that's important. As it is that, you know, we don't have to hear something the second time it's in front. Like we get to choose when we hear things, and I do agree though with the sense of setting a certain expectation, you know, to the public. But I think that it's an important tool here for you know, for council to be able to decide. I mean, otherwise that vote is you know, it's somewhat irrelevant if we're kind of going to move with the inertia that a thing would be read. But that's a minor thing. But yeah.
So yes, we would retain the right to either not introduce the item. Are you also saying that you could envision us introducing it but not discussing it?
We could, yeah. For example, or just reading it by its synopsis and moving on, or, you know, there are lots of different things we could do. But I'm just saying that, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying that we shouldn't. I don't want to lock into a process of saying you know, it's introduced, we read it, and it happens. I think is, yeah. So, Councilmember Statsberg.
So in terms of like posting this procedure, would you like the committee to kind of make a note there of like, well, what would happen if the motion to introduce the legislation, there was a no vote? Then what happens? What happens if on the motion to discuss the legislation, there was a no vote? Yeah. So are you saying like that should be like written in procedurally to?
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, it's certainly not my call. I'm just reacting to, you know, as was asked for the feedback. I don't feel very strongly about this. I'm just saying that we've had, you know, multiple times where that was a tension point, and I've said even when on the bad receiving end of that motion, I maintain that it is something that we can do, right, as a council. And so, you know, I think that it's worth just being clear that, you know, there's not the assumption that, you know, everything that's put before us gets read and gets debated that way. I mean, I think it is a proper assumption to say that we intend to read most things on first thing, but, you know, so just a little nuance there. But again, I don't feel super strongly about that.
Okay, I think that could maybe get added into one of the notes, and then that could, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments? Okay, seeing none, you want to move to the next one?
All right. Thank you. So the second part of my report from the Committee on Council Processes is a proposal for a new requirement that each piece of legislation, whether it is an ordinance or a resolution, have a council member sponsor. And on this one, we do request that a vote be taken so that the committee knows whether there's a majority support for the concept, so that we can move along to actually revising our code to require that. So our reasoning for making this recommendation is First of all, we think it would improve communication between council members and the mayor's administration earlier, since there would always be a council member who would have to sponsor legislation, so they would have an earlier view of it. It would help to ensure that the legislation is clear to a layperson and doesn't leave out crucial context or information necessary for the council to make an informed decision on it. And it would also, just in the broad context, put council members in control of bringing legislation forward. So it would be kind of a way for us to control our calendar. Not that we would hold legislation back, but that a council member would have to be ready to also move forward with it. So we don't have, the details laid out yet. We wanted to throw this out to see if there was general support for the idea. So I'm open to questions about it, and then we could maybe have a motion.
Questions or thoughts? I mean, again, I'm happy to share mine. I mean, yeah, let's try it out. I think we should try it out. Yeah, Councilman Morello.
I'll offer a question, and that is that for a council member sponsored legislation should not necessarily be confused with support for that legislation. Is that correct, or was that brought up by the committee in discussion?
I think that we didn't specifically talk about that. In my view, it would be assumed that the council member would support it and not just put their name on something that they wouldn't vote for. But Councilmember Strasburg?
I think that we did talk about that, and that one of the things that we talked about was each department having kind of a 1, 2, 3 kind of go-to list. So if, say, like, the kind of like go-to council member wasn't in support of it, or maybe just wasn't available, then they could go to a second person. So that then, kind of like the last fallback would be going to council staff to be like, hey, I'm trying to do this thing, like, which council member can you connect me with, to make sure that as Councilmember Piedmont Smith said, that we don't hold up legislation, but that we make sure that there should be at least one council member on board with anything that comes, because otherwise it's just like a moot point.
Yeah, I'm just envisioning the other chance that everyone's hesitant. And I suppose the person could just offer a caveat that they believe that it should be heard by the council, but not necessarily supportive. Thanks.
I also think, Councilmember Zulik could say, I will sponsor anything, right? Like just as an example, I'm not saying that you would say that, but it's just say, hey, anything you guys want, feel free to put me as a sponsor. So I guess the question really is whether, what we hope to achieve with the mechanism, and whether the mechanism is designed to achieve the thing that, that we're sort of designing it to do. Because maybe one way to think about it is currently those who attend the scheduling meeting essentially sponsor everything that comes before us already, right? So so just wondering, maybe you want to, I don't know. I don't know what it is that we're trying to design this to do is the question, I think, sort of building off of. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think one thing we wanted to ensure was that the work of sponsorship, not that it's going to be a huge amount of extra work, but it is some extra work. And that work should be spread out among council members. Mm-hmm. So we were concerned about, just that happening, saying, oh, well, we'll just give everything to the council president and have that person sponsor everything. That's why we had kind of a first draft idea of having this go-to list of which department, legislation from which department would go to which council members. And that could be related to their other roles, like I'm on the Waste Reduction Board, so maybe anything having to do with sanitation could come through me, because that makes sense, because I've dealt with that solid waste stuff. So, anything from planning maybe could go through the council member who serves on the Planning Commission. We really do intend to spread that work out, and kind of one thing that Councilmember Zulik had mentioned, that the Indiana General Assembly actually has a limit on the number of bills any one member can sponsor. And so if we see that, oh my gosh, they're always going to the same person, and if we find that's problematic, then we might consider those kind of limits as well.
Councilmember Stassberg, then Zulik.
To that, I also want to add, if we all remember the rate change, not that one, the rate change that came last year with CBU, and part of my experience with that one really felt like we were asking questions that, because the folks at CBU knew so much of the inside baseball about some of those things, but we didn't, that then it's like we were bringing up new things. So that's kind of what number 2 here on this says, is helping to ensure that legislation is clear to a layperson and doesn't leave out crucial context, which maybe, we voted that down. I think it was totally voted down as opposed to postponed indefinitely. And so it's like that kind of thing that I'm kind of thinking okay, we can avoid that by having a layperson council member, for lack of a better word, say, okay, this is an interesting idea, but what about this? That somebody who's, in it all the time might not think about needing somebody needing a resource for or an explanation about.
Councilmember Zulik.
Well, all I was going to say was we brought it to the full council just to see what other council members were thinking. And so I think that we're not exactly defending any specific piece of legislation, but we're more looking for feedback. So I'll just put that out there.
Any other thoughts? Councilman Morello.
Normally it's the leadership of the council that creates and regulates the schedule of the council in coordination with the mayor's office and Clerk Bolton. It will be then the duty of the council president to find sponsors. Does it fall on
Up to the administration to find sponsors.
up to the administration? And this probably goes back to what I was saying before, that normally sponsors are available for presentation.
Right.
Would it then fall on the council sponsor to be part of the presentation of the legislation?
And see, actually, to that point, I think that it makes a lot of sense to actually tie council sponsorship to council support, so to your point about translating, right, that it's actually, there's a council member who is also going to be advocating for this, and this doesn't preclude, a thing having 3 sponsors or 4 sponsors, right, or 5. If we really, I would know that probably would be difficult, but I think generally we should go in this direction and see, write the legislation and let's talk about it.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we wanted the feedback so that we don't just have something that we try out for a couple meetings, and then, because this is a change in code, so.
Exactly.
So if the feeling right now is, not really, but let's try it out, then we'd rather know that now than.
Councilor Stassberg.
I also want to add to that idea that, we put sponsor on here, but I think maybe it would be more appropriate to co-sponsor.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Because that does have to do with presentation kind of stuff, because, even if you're a council member sponsor, and even if you can interpret some stuff, it's way better for the actual staff involved with it to talk about the whole thing. So maybe categorizing it as a co-sponsor would be better.
Awesome. All right. Anything else from council processes? Please go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to note, I was not envisioning that the sponsor would do the presentation. So I think that, there's some flexibility there. If we want to involve the sponsor, if the sponsor wants to be involved, we could, I think what we write in code should not be highly detailed. And then I suppose the sponsor could decide whether they want to be part of the presentation or not. That's my view. But at this time, unless there are other questions or comments, I guess I would ask if there's a motion.
What type of a motion are you looking for?
The one that's in my proposal.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'm on the committee, but I'll go ahead and motion that the Committee on Council Processes proceed with legislation to require council member sponsorship of all items of legislation.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second for them to continue this work. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
That motion carries 8-1.
Good.
Did you want more discussion?
I would have preferred a roll call, but I suppose it's clear. Can I do a roll call?
Sure.
'Cause I don't know who actually said yes.
It was Councilmember Rallo, but yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if everybody else said yes, so I would like
Okay.
a roll call vote.
All right, will the clerk please do a roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
No.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenberger?
Yes.
That motion carries 8-1. Okay. All right, excellent. Is that everything from special?
Yes,
special
thank
process?
you.
Thank you so much. A really quick thing from, hopefully quick, from the hiring committee. I hope you all saw, so we approved the our draft of the job description and then submitted it to HR processes. They've sent it back with comments. And so two matters for tonight is both to approve as amended, or if you want the hiring committee to continue to liaise with HR on anything. And then I have a second motion that I need, but first this question. Did everybody get a chance to see the comments by HR? And were there any questions? Please, Councilmember Strasburg.
Can I just verify that all of the changes were redlined? Because there were two of those job descriptions that actually went out, one in the addendum yesterday and one in
Yeah.
an addendum this afternoon.
Yes.
And so I was trying to read through those, going like, what are the changes?
The change in the second was a very minor one. There was a note justifying, extensive note on the first one that had a justification that went beyond sort of explaining why it is at a 12, and the HR said that was not completely accurate, and so the second one just had the definition to be just the accurate reason. In the packet, can you see the notes, or can you only see the redlining?
I only see the redlining.
Okay.
I
well,
don't know
that's-
if I'm just not, I only see redlining. I don't know if other people also only see redlining or if that's me and my computer.
Could you only see the redlining and not the notes? Nah, well, that's a problem. So I think we're going to have to delay this until, unless, I mean, I can describe, how about I can describe what the notes say, but you did not read it.
Well, in the, does it say something different than the memo from Human Resources?
No, nothing is, oh yeah, no, it's in the memo. Sorry, thank you. Thank
Okay.
you, that's correct.
Because the memo just says the pay grade will remain at grade 12 as is consistent with the city attorney's pay.
Correct.
And so in terms of the redlining with those two actual things,
The
nothing
redlining's all
about
the
that
same.
changed.
The redlining is all the same.
Okay, I
Yeah.
was like, I'm
And I
really
didn't realize
confused
that the
because I can't
comments
see
weren't in
what's
the
different
packet,
here. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yeah, that memo from Director Paycheck, the section just referenced, two of the bullets said reference forthcoming about a state statutory requirement that the council's attorney may not be compensated at a higher rate than the city attorney. And so I was curious if we have that reference. Also, wanted to clarify, the city attorney, is that corporation counsel or is that a different role in the legal?
So that's the
Second.
So yeah, Audrey's position. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so I thought, thank you.
Yep.
Any word on the reference, or is that just something?
And now I'm realizing as we're talking through this that I have made a clerical error, and for the public's benefit, collating all of our documents to put in our packet. Fairly bad at it. And so and then those are helpfully being put out by the clerk. I was supposed to update the memo, not the letter. Nothing changed in the actual description. The memo is where they changed that reference. They just took out that reference and just said the first line. So, sorry. Oh, is Dr. Paycheck here? Thank you. Dr. Paycheck walked in just on time, like an angel from heaven. Will you come and tell them how bad I am and, just make it better, please? I take full responsibility.
That's okay. Hi, everyone. Shar Paycheck, Human Resources Director. We had a revision to the memo, not to your job description, just to the memo. The memo had language that basically said the city attorney pay could not be more than I think it's like the attorney in the legal's office. But we wanted to make sure that we were accurate in that language in the code. The code actually says the appropriation for your staff cannot be more than the appropriation for like positions in the legal office. So we just wanted to be a little bit more clear in the language that we put in the memo. So that was really the only changes that we had to the memo. We didn't change anything to your red line, to your job description. You didn't have significant changes anyway. So we just tweaked it a little bit, as HR would normally do, but that's all we did. Everything else we understand and we approved.
Sorry. Sorry. Thank you, Director Paycheck.
Thank you so much. Do you know the code section by chance of the citation? I'm just curious to actually read it and see.
One more time, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Do you have a citation for the state code that you're referencing by chance?
One moment.
I think I followed what you said. I just wanted to read it.
You want to know the actual code? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if you have it.
3649. So 364624, attorneys and legal research assistants for the council office.
364620. Is it 364?
364-624.
Okay.
The legislative body may hire or contract with competent attorneys and legal research assistants on terms it considers appropriate. And then 3649 explains appropriations for salaries of attorneys and legal research assistants employed under this section may not exceed the appropriations for similar salaries in the budget of the City Department of Law. That's what we were writing to confirm.
Got it. And the conclusion from HR is that this position is similar to the city attorney position. Is that right? And not the corporation counsel position?
Definitely not the corporation counsel position. Some similarities to the assistant city attorney. I feel like that is a detailed discussion. I don't know if you want to go into the detail about some of the differences I feel between those two positions. I can also say that I feel like there can be some continued discussion on the actual responsibilities that are outlined in the city attorney job description, but I understand that this is the way the position has been filled with the last two incumbents. I understand that you need some support and that you're ready to move forward. So I understand that, but I just want to say I think that there is room for further discussion on the way that the job description is written so that everybody feels like we are on the same page and aligned with the state code.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other, Councilor Strasburg?
I actually have two more. So one is, you said in your memo, thank you so much, by the way, for being here, I appreciate it, that you guys changed things systematically from essential and non-essential to primary and secondary, but in the job description, it does not look like the non-essential secondary got changed to just secondary. So was that just like an error that didn't get changed? Do you know what I'm talking, does anybody else know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. I just have to make sure I think in our practice, we changed it to primary and secondary because sometimes we had a misinterpretation that non-essential meant you don't really have to do those things, and you do. Yeah, and so it should be primary and secondary.
It's not.
Okay, well, it should be primary and secondary. And so when it's posted, it will be posted as primary and secondary, not essential and non-essential.
I mean, that's fine. I just figure there's a typo because
Yeah.
essential secondary didn't get changed to secondary.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Or non-essential secondary, but essential primary did get changed to primary, so I was like, wait a minute.
Yes, sorry.
And the other question that I have is in your memo, it said that it needed to get, that you recommended adding demonstrated ability to effectively use Google Workspace and Microsoft Office, including word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, et cetera, to support daily work functions. And I didn't actually see that added. So did that actually get added somewhere and that I missed it, or it like wasn't in a red line? That's why I asked if everything that had been changed was redlined, because I didn't see it in a red line.
Without having the job description in front of me, I'm sorry, I don't really recall. I mean, if
Okay.
you wanted to add that, then it could be added. I'm happy to go back to talk to our talent manager to see if there was anything that was missed. I'm hoping that that wouldn't be anything that would hold up you proceeding with this, but if I can get some questions answered as quickly as possible, I will.
Okay, I don't want it to hold up getting an approval of some kind tonight, so I think that we can make a motion to make sure that that's added in if we as a group care about making sure to kind of follow the recommendations from HR around the job requirements.
Yep, and I was just going to note that the hiring committee's meeting tomorrow, so if, if one of the things we can have on our agenda is to just make sure we, clean it up, et cetera, and that they wrote in the memo as well, the process will involve, spell checking and the like, so.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any motions? No, please go ahead, Councilmember.
I move to, oh, now I lost it. I move to approve the position description for the council administrator attorney as amended.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? And please, Councilmember Strasburg.
I would have to vote no on that right now because as it's written, it's not right because non-essential secondary should be secondary and then the word stuff hasn't been written in. So
Yeah, so it's not as written.
Can we either make a different motion or amend that motion to maybe empower the hiring committee to implement the changes as recommended to the job requirements by HR? To include the red line and also the items noticed to be different or something like that?
I withdraw my motion. Do you want to go ahead and make the motion?
Do you want me to
then,
make a motion instead? Oh, great,
Yeah.
okay. So I would move that we empower the hiring committee to oh dear, what did I say before? That we empower the hiring committee to make changes to the position description as presented in the red line and as are reflected in the HR recommendations in the memo.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That carries 9-0. Thank you very much. Now, the second thing, a very brief thing, we needed a motion. We need to amend the motion that we did last meeting in terms of deputizing the hiring committee to engage with external counsel, et cetera, because legal says that it needs to include figures, including hourly rates and an amount that we're not to exceed in terms of spending. And so I've asked Councilmember Daley to make that amended motion, if that's okay with everyone.
Let me know what you think. I move to authorize the hiring committee to identify and contract in coordination with appropriate city processes with external vendors, professional service providers, or temporary legal counsel as necessary to ensure uninterrupted functioning of the council office and support recruitment efforts. The results shall not exceed $50,000 and will have a maximum hourly rate of $400.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Stossberg?
Is that in the budget?
Yes.
Great. And is that maximum hourly rate of $400 comply with the, what Director Paycheck just mentioned?
Yeah, we looked at a broad range. So this is both capturing hourly and what could be temp people, but we looked at a broad range of different law firms that we've contracted with, and the rates range sort of dramatically, and so just wanted to give space for that. Depending on the type of needs that we might have, and then the 50K again is also if we end up hiring somebody for a sort of longer term temp position, we have 30K in our budget already, but then start having salary savings from vacant staff positions. So, but then also just to trigger if that goes on for too long, that we have to come back to council and reauthorize that position.
Okay. I have one more question. Or actually, go ahead. I saw Councilmember Rosemarker's hand up.
I was just going to say, I think 400 for a billable hour can be kind of low. So if you all run into issues, I would be happy to change it, because I just think it can be.
Yep.
But okay.
Yep. And we looked at a broad range, and this fits within how the city is contracted. So, yes, please.
I guess my other question, or kind of a follow-up to that, without my having to do math or necessarily go like, well, how many hours a week does that mean? Like, how long do you think that maximum is going to manage to sustain? Did you speak with city legal at all in terms of that kind of consulting?
Yeah, I think it gives us enough of a runway, and again, we'll have lots of different options, as we talked about the last meeting. So I think it's really contingent on which path we pursue, but we'll have a better sense after the hiring committee makes some decision about direction.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signal by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion carries 9-0 as well. Thank you very much. We'll now move to any appointments to boards and commissions. Do we have any? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We now move to the most exciting part of today's agenda, which is public comment on things that are not currently on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes to speak from the public mic. If you're willing to, please say your name for the record, and most certainly sign in. For those of you online, you can raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you. Same rules, 3 minutes, etc. I will play music when that time is done. Is there anybody in the room who wishes to make public comment on things not on our agenda? Take it away.
I think you should be in entertainment, Isak. Good evening. My name is Claudia Brink. I'm a longtime Bloomington resident. I'm also a pro bono consultant focused on affordable housing. And I want to talk about modular housing. And I have 5 reasons for why I think modular housing should be considered by the council. But before I give you my 5 reasons, I want to say very clearly, I have no personal or financial interest in anything having to do with modular housing, okay? All right, so the first reason is modular housing is 15% less expensive than the traditional stick-built housing. The second reason is that modular homes can be built year-round in a climate-controlled factory. The third reason is that modular housing conforms to all Indiana code requirements for stick-built housing, and actually they are more stable because they are built with 2x6 supports instead of 2x4s. Also, in Bloomington, we have a local builder that is committed to affordable housing, and they have built over 96 modular homes in 9 years. The same vendor has also been constructing between 12 and 14 homes in the Arlington Commons Land Trust and working with the Summit Hill Community Development Corporation already. And the last reason why I'm asking you to support modular housing conceptually is that it is better for the environment. When modular homes are built in a factory, any waste material is not thrown out. It is recycled into the next house that is built. So it's very good for the environment. It's affordable, and it can be built much faster and can be built all year round. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person in chambers. I think that's you, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joe Davis. I live at 530 South Washington Street between 2nd Street and 1st. I discovered yesterday, after returning from running some errands, that the city of Bloomington came in and took away from the front of my house my cooking firewood, and they removed the composted leaves that I use to mulch my engineered raised garden beds. I was set up in front of my house with my computer, with my lawn chair, and my radio was on my front porch. And while I was gone, the city employees through the Brighton Bloomington project, under the auspices of the Board of the Public Works, not the board, of the Public Works, had taken away my valuable property. It took me all of last afternoon and much of today to find out who was responsible and accountable, and that is Public Works, that is the city of Bloomington. These items were very valuable to me. They constituted both real property and my personal, tangible property as well. They were taken away. I have found out that they are likely have been compromised at this point and mixed with other composted debris. I asked the city of Bloomington to give me, I requested that the city of Bloomington bring back my materials and that they do so as soon as possible, because any time that goes on is leading to the degradation and the compromise of my materials. I also stated that the city needed to make me whole, and I wanted a public apology for taking away my property. And that if I didn't receive this and some other compost or replacement materials, I would file with Chief Deputy Prosecutor Jeff Kerr to start criminal proceedings for trespass, theft or conversion, and other violations of my property rights.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody online who has a comment?
We do have one.
Okay, person online, and then we'll come back in chambers.
Kevin Keogh. Do you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, Ms. Keogh.
At last Friday's fiscal committee meeting, it was announced that the external auditors and the State Board of Accounts will be presenting on April 2nd, tomorrow, the audited financial report, along with the federal grants audit report. As you prepare for tomorrow's executive session with the external auditors, I want to emphasize the importance of timely financial reporting. We are now 15 months past the 12/31/2024 fiscal year. From a professional standpoint, timely financial information is essential for effective governance. When financial data is significantly delayed, decisions about the city's future are based on outdated information rather than current conditions. I encourage the members of the council to ask the auditors a fundamental question. What factors contributed to the length of the audit cycle? Specifically, was the timeline driven primarily by the auditor scheduling or by the timing and completeness of the information provided by the city? In the accounting profession, this is referred to as audit readiness, whether books are closed, reconciliations completed, and supporting documentation available early in the process. Understanding this distinction is key to identifying where improvements are needed. Also, please ask the auditor, did the agreed upon audit fee need to be increased compared to the original contract? And if so, by how much? And what was the increase directly attributable to the delay? I would encourage the council to consider how the timing and consistency of financial reporting aligns with the city required disclosures to current investors associated with the city's outstanding municipal bonds. Ask the auditor about the impact bondholders who rely on timely and consistent financial information and find that reporting is delayed or instances where previous issued figures require clarification. Ask how those factors are reflected in the city's federal required audit information filings and disclosures to investors. This is not simply a compliance matter. It's about maintaining confidence in the city's financial stewardship that allows the city to attract investors to fund the city's future needs. Finally, I would encourage the council to consider how financial controls operate beyond the audit itself. Recent public reporting indicates that a $95,000 contract was fully paid while certain deliverables may still have been in progress months later. Situations like this raise important questions about contract monitoring, payment authorization, and verification of performance prior to the disbursement. I would encourage the council to use this upcoming audit discussion to better understand how these types of transactions are reviewed, what controls are in place, and how exceptions, if they occur, are identified and addressed. This is ultimately a governance question. Timely, accurate financial reporting supported by strong underlying processes is foundational to transparency, accountability, and informed decision-making. And I hope that most of you council members are able to attend that executive session tomorrow. Thank you so much. Look forward to also seeing the annual comprehensive financial report actually published on the city webpage too. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. Back in the room, Ms. Russo.
Hi, Paul Russo. Thank you for the time. I'm routinely unable to attend the meetings of the Transportation Committee because they meet on Monday evenings. So I would like to make some comments here, especially while members of the executive branch are present. 6 months ago, a 10-year-old girl was struck by a motor vehicle as she tried to cross the intersection at Smith Road and Morningside Drive. The driver was a young man who ran the stop sign because he was preoccupied with his cell phone. The statement of the daughter's mother on Monday evening was heartbreaking. She said, and I quote, "Immediately after the crash, sitting in the hospital ER, watching my daughter repeatedly vomit up the blood she had swallowed from missing teeth that were knocked out on impact, I was overwhelmed with guilt. I had failed to keep my daughter safe," end quote. But in fact, she had taken measures to ensure her daughter's safety, and she had also wisely balanced safety with the need for her daughter to gain a measure of independence, which is important for childhood development. That is why her daughter was wearing a helmet as she bicycled a few blocks to her friend's house. Imagine what would have happened otherwise. Head injuries can be easily fatal. The response of the committee and city employees on Monday night was to discuss all the possible ways to make the intersection safe with engineering improvements. About 16 years ago, the University of Utah published a study that they conducted with a driving simulator, which is similar to the aircraft simulators used in pilot training. A large group of volunteers were each tested with no impairments, tested while distracted by a cell phone, and tested after drinking alcohol. The study found that even with hands-free technology, drivers distracted by a phone conversation were identically impaired to those with a blood alcohol level at the legal limit. Texting, which is arguably even worse, was not even part of the research, even though that is what distracts most drivers today. How do we change the behavior of those who drink and drive? Is roadway engineering our primary mechanism? Of course not. We use enforcement, and the offending driver either changes behavior or loses the privilege of driving. Where is the enforcement in Bloomington? Last night, the police chief spoke about property crimes, but he had nothing to say about the epidemic of moving violations by distracted drivers. Motor vehicles injure, maim, and kill people. If we are serious about public safety, then we will allocate more officers to traffic, and if necessary, fewer to property crimes. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening. My name's Emily Nias, and I wasn't expecting to come here tonight. I don't usually have Wednesday evenings open. This is the first one, and I was planning to go home and read a book and have something nice to eat and, rest and stuff. But I stopped on the way. I got a ride over here with, it's my fault the mayor was late. I was going to say, it was my fault. She stopped to pick me up. I'm limping. And I was on my way home to Trailview, and we naturally ended up talking about where she was going, which was to the city council meeting, and to talk about Hopewell. And I thought I'd take a minute to say, we built our house in Trailview neighborhood. We were one of the first 2 houses built in 2015. We were Women Build. Best party ever. It's absolutely phenomenal. So we've been in our house for 16 years now in our affordable, safe, accessible community. Now we have 34 homes in our neighborhood. And Hopewell, I hope, will be very similar to a lot of the wonderful things about living in Trailview. Our houses are relatively small. They are close together. We know our neighbors very well. The pandemic tested that. We rose to the test amazingly. We have beautiful gardens and safe places for children to play. When there are traffic safety issues, we deal with them as a community, as there are, of course. And I hope that as Hopewell gets planned and pushed forward, I hadn't realized that the word affordable really was, had an option of coming true here. I mean, Trailview is a habitat neighborhood. There are a lot of things that went into making that affordable, but Hopewell could be truly affordable. But also that in that planning, many things take over the process, and that I hope in consideration will still be what folks who need affordable housing need most. Of course, things need to meet code. Things need to be legal and safe and well-planned. But to stay affordable, take into consideration what they need first, for it to remain affordable, not get too expensive, and that's many other things are.
That's your time. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to remind everybody that during this session of public comment and the other one, please only talk about things that are not on the agenda. It is your first time, though, so I receive your comments with such joy. It's an acquired habit for most of us. But anybody else have a comment for things not on the agenda? Anyone online? There'll be plenty of opportunities. Anyone online? All right. Thank you so much. All right. We now move on, and there will be another time of public comment if you did not comment during this section, that you'll be able to comment at the end of the meeting. We'll move on to appointments to board and commissions. Do we have any? Please, Councilmember Zulik.
No appointments, but we do have some removals. Unfortunately, the appointment that we made last week for Carrie Champion to the Historic Preservation Commission, we heard back from Carrie Champion, who said that they are no longer able to fulfill the time commitment for the Historic Preservation Commission. So I guess I'll just do both at the same time. Drew Herron did receive his final notice from Deputy Clerk Crossley on that he will be removed from the Historic Preservation Commission if we do not hear from him, and we did not hear from him. Clerk Bolden, do you have anything to add about Drew Herron?
Just that a letter was sent to him. He didn't respond by the due date, which was actually, the 31st, yesterday. So, yeah.
Thank you. And so with that, I would move that we remove Drew Herron and Carrie Champion from the Historic Preservation Commission. Happy to answer any questions.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Oh, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Stossberg.
We actually have to remove the person who we appointed last week who said that they can no longer do it. They can't just resign. Because, I mean, we don't usually actually officially remove anybody who resigns, but we have people who resign and leave empty seats.
Well, please, Clerk Bolden.
Do you want to complete the motion that you're voting on? Because Drew Herron was not the person that you were discussing about removal. You did both?
She did both.
Yeah, she did both of them.
Okay, then they didn't accept the appointment that you made last week.
So we don't need to
Would probably
remove
be
them?
the better way to clarify it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like we need to remove them.
Okay, in that case, I withdraw my motion, and I would like to move that we remove Drew Herron from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much. Are there any other appointments to boards and commissions? I believe not. All right. We have no legislation for first reading. Anybody want to introduce something? Great. We're moving now on to things for legislation for not first reading in this case, second reading. Are there any motions?
I move that ordinance 2026-06 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'm assuming one abstaining. So that's 8-0-1. It passes. Oh, Flaherty's gone too? Hey, I'm not counting well. 7-1. It doesn't matter.
It's a voice vote. You don't
Clerk,
have to count
please
it.
read.
Yeah, ordinance 2026-06 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 6.3-acre property from residential urban lot R4 and residential multifamily RM within the Transform Redevelopment Overlay, which is TRO, to plan unit development PUD and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends the zoning of the property from residential urban lot and residential multifamily within the Transform Redevelopment Overlay to plan unit development.
Thank you very much.
I move that ordinance 2026-06 be adopted.
Second.
All right, this ordinance is before us again. We'll give a little bit of time if the petitioner had any sort of remaining thoughts or things that they'd like to say. We'll have time for council member questions, and then we can move to our continued discussion of reasonable conditions. Take it away, Mayor Thompson.
Awesome. I want to just say that I was not entirely late just because I was picking up Emily. I also watched a rocket launch, and it reminded me that we can do really hard things. And I acknowledge that sometimes hard things don't go well, and sometimes we take the scenic route. But I am excited to be talking about Hopewell again today. And I have spent much of the weekend talking one-on-one, two-on-one, et cetera, with various folks about Hopewell. And Hopewell, we really tried to do things differently and engage council early. We had a meeting on December 15th just to get input based on the map as it was looking at that point, along with the considerations. And at that point, I invited council to remain engaged through Plan Commission because it does get to a point where it's expensive to change things and it causes great delays. We really got almost no feedback at that point, and I fully respect the input of all of our elected representatives of our city's residents, and I join you in the spirit of moving Hopewell forward, and it's in that spirit that I want to issue a challenge of my own this evening. I call on every council member and myself to conduct a series of meetings throughout the month of April to pound out the final details of Hopewell's initial phase. Our staff team will prioritize this, and I would ask that you do the same to maximize the input and ensure that we use our time allotted with the urgency that this deserves, the urgency that is felt by people wanting to find attainable housing here in our city, including using your next deliberation session and any added meetings that might be needed in order to hammer through all of these details. We remain open to collaboration and to finding ways forward that meet the needs of our residents, both current and future. I believe that if we do that over the next month, that we can, as one city, finalize a mutually agreed upon strategy at Council's first meeting in May. And to that end, I would encourage you to use the balance of this meeting, of the time that you had planned to spend at this meeting, proceeding through the discussion and giving us something meaningful to take back to the RDC if there are considerations that they need to make. It's hard to get quorum there in response to things that the council is requesting. And we have Allie Quinlan Thurman on the line today. She is prepared to go through the various reasonable conditions and offer some background and hopefully inform the discussion. Thank you.
Mayor Thompson, can I just clarify one thing? Sorry, thank you. So maybe this is not a necessary clarification, just, I mean, I'm dense. Are you proposing that, are you asking us not to vote on this, today?
Unless you plan to vote unless you plan to vote for the PUD in a way that does not materially change what has been submitted, I would ask you not to vote on it, because we would need, especially given several reasonable conditions that are going to cause a change to the map and change to the cost of the homes. If those were to pass, we need to go back to the drawing board and pencil things out, and we need to talk to the RDC.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Any other councilmember questions? Yeah, Councilmember Stassberg.
I'm not sure if this is a question for Mayor Thompson or a question for, I think that we, the council, have legal representation online right now. Is that correct?
Correct. I think our people from Clark Quinn online, if you are, you can, yep, there they are as well.
So if we could maybe stop that screen share, that would be great. And I also want to mention that any presentations should have been submitted already to council and should have already been posted on board for the public as well. And I find it frustrating this is the second meeting that had a presentation like this that then wasn't already in the packet. And that's kind of a deviation of procedure, and I would appreciate it if we could actually manage to follow that council procedure. But getting back to the question that I have for legal, the end of last meeting, it was basically, this legal dispute between whether the reasonable conditions were reasonable conditions and whether we could pass them at all. And I'm interested if our representation that we have contracted with now could weigh in on that matter of these reasonable conditions. Thanks.
Sure, and thank you. Just brief introduction. My name is Clark Kirkman, and with me I have Kelly Shaw. We're attorneys at the Clark Quinn law firm here in Indianapolis. I would like to thank President Asare for inviting us to help out in this project. I'd also like to thank Margie Rice for working with President Asare to contract with us on such short notice and to get that engagement signed. We were asked to review what the scope of the council's authority is to impose or adopt reasonable conditions when voting to adopt a planned unit development or PUD. And what the potential limitations of that are. I did submit a memorandum that I believe has been added to the packet for today's meeting. I won't go into the whole memo as we've submitted, but our review of the relevant laws is that, you know, section 1512 and the 1500 series is what governs plan unit developments, and section 1512 is the power gives power to the legislative body expressly to allow adding reasonable conditions when adopting a PUD ordinance. It's specific and distinct from, you know, the legislative body's ability to, you know, to generally adopt or reject a proposed rezone that's, you know, within the 600 series of the zoning laws. The Plan Commission conducts the review of the PUD district ordinance in accordance with 1511, and then that's then sent over to the legislative body in accordance with 1512. It's true that neither statute nor case law really defines the what might constitute a reasonable condition. And to the extent that something might be reviewed later on, I think a court would review that under the general arbitrary and capricious standard that's articulated in the Misty Woods case, which has been brought up, I believe, at previous meetings. Speaking of Misty Woods, so that case has been submitted by the city as on behalf of the RDC. The issue in the Misty Woods case had to do with whether the council in that one actually voted to adopt a rezone, but it came out of the plan commission with some R1 and some R2, and the council decided, well, we only want to go with R1. And what the Court of Appeals said is that, well, that change in the zoning classification constituted an amendment. Crown Point, that the Misty Woods case is distinguishable, we believe, from what we're dealing with in this instance, in that case did not contemplate the 1500 series, did not contemplate plan unit developments. It had to do with a general rezoning matter. The only case that I'm aware of that talks about the 1500 series is the case way back from 2004 in the Indiana Supreme Court, Story Inn Bed and Breakfast, which really just talked about the difference between a condition and a commitment, in which a condition is something adopted by the legislative body, does not have to be recorded, just has to be publicly available, whereas a commitment is entered into with the property owner. It's added to the parcel and it runs with the land. Speaking of commitments, the IC 36-7-4-1015 talks about them, and subsection G of 1015 states that the following, and this has to do with adopting commitments. It says the following types of conditions as authorized by this chapter are not considered commitments and are not subject to subsection B. And subparagraph 3 of that says a condition imposed upon approval relative to any other development requirement that must be met before any other secondary approval may be granted or building permit may be issued under this chapter. To the extent that there is anything in state statute that defines what might be a reasonable condition in the 1500 series, I would submit that that statement, any other any condition imposed upon an approval relative to any other development requirement would be a good place to start. And with that, I think Kelly and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you for sharing your legal opinion that the Misty Woods case is distinguishable, and that in the 1500 series, we would be looking at probably an arbitrary and capricious standard to determine if reasonable conditions are in fact reasonable. Can you describe a little bit more what type of factors would go into that analysis if a court were to assess a given reasonable condition?
I think a court, as a general matter, would look at the overall goal of the project, whether that condition would further the project. There was a statement that the city put in its memorandum. This comes from a Nebraska statute that says, a reasonable condition might be something deemed necessary to ensure the plan unit development is compatible with adjacent uses of land, will not overburden public services and facilities, and will not be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. Now, I'm not sure that language is specifically applicable here, but that might frame some of the factors you ask about.
Just to follow up on that particular point, would things like city policy documents, city policies, and city code, city plans, things like that be relevant to what might be considered reasonable for the sake of a reasonable condition?
Certainly, ordinances on the books would be considered, informative of reasonability, yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Rallo and then Councilmember Daley.
Yes, thank you. Just to be clear, so what was referenced last week, the case of Crown Point versus Missy Woods, is not applicable to a PUD because we're evaluating PUD. You said it was a rezone, a 600 series, so they're distinguishable in that regard. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that it wouldn't bear on any discussion at all. I mean, it does analyze zoning law, but what happened in the Misty Woods case was did not concern a PUD. It was a general rezoning from an agriculture use to R1 and R2. The council decided they didn't want any R2. So they passed it saying, well, we're going to make the whole thing R1. And the court said, well, that's amending the zoning ordinance as passed. And if you review the entire Misty Woods case, you will not find mention anywhere of the words reasonable conditions.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have a question, Mr. Kirkman, so because the petitioner here is the RDC and being represented by the mayor and city legal, what would the process of withdrawal look like? So, I mean, I know we've had some discussions before about if we were to, for example, if we were to pass certain things, they would have a right to withdraw the petition rather than, for example, have it voted down or voted up with conditions that they didn't want to accept. But yeah, how, in your opinion, would that even work?
Well, I mean, it is somewhat unique, and it might be something that would need further review. I do think, the fact that the petitioner is also the person who would be signing the ordinance makes things more complicated. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other comments? Please.
Can I ask a point of order, I guess? What phase of deliberations are we in?
We were about to have a further presentation from the petitioner, though I was unaware that they had a PowerPoint, but I don't know if Ali would like to present without the PowerPoint, given the accessibility point of order that's made, and then we were going to move into discussion of the RCs.
Got it.
But
Okay.
Councilmember Strasburg asked that this happen, and I
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So I think at this point, thank you so much. We may have further questions as we go on, but thank you for answering this initial round of them, both of you. And we'll move back. I think if Ali, if our friends from Flintlock, if you're still there, if it's okay, because of the rules about accessibility that have been objected to, I think it sustains. We didn't receive the PowerPoint, so if you could present without it, that would be most in line with our custom and rules.
Happy to do so. We were receiving questions from council members up until about an hour before the session, so it would have been challenging to provide all of this in advance, but I'm also happy to run through verbally if you don't mind not having graphics to explain some of the points.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Thurman.
Yeah. Let me adjust my screens over to do that. So I was going to start with talking through what we are really looking at tonight and some of the decisions before us tonight. This is a fully vetted by city departments code compliant plan that has also gone through Plan Commission and one round of conditions already. There was really extensive coordination as referenced earlier, including engineering, fire, sanitation, and planning. And so a lot of what we wanted to talk about is the trade-offs of what some of these potential changes would yield in the plan overall. And as we've heard about, and I know we'll be talking about a lot today, the conditions also need to be tied to project impacts, not to general policy goals. And I'll bring a little bit of information as well, just as somebody who works with cities a lot, working through land use questions, who have sat on commissions previously. The essential nexus and rough proportionality and kind of the arbitrary nature is something that we see a lot of cities talk a lot more about. From a federal level, the case law that we hear most frequently referenced, two cases that happen to rhyme, although they were unrelated, Nolan and Dolan, established the precedent of, that conditions have to be related directly to the impact of a project, the rational nexus of the reason for the condition, and that also we need a rough proportionality of the cost of the condition has to be directly related to the impact of the project itself on a city. And so as we look at the conditions, I believe, and I was going to recap briefly where I think we are. We were receiving, again, feedback right before the meeting. So trying to get all on the same page of what we think that we are, where we think we are on council conditions. So my understanding is that our condition 1, the use unit table adjustments, has been approved by council and has no complaints from the applicant. That condition 2, the phasing plan, has been provided and is resolved. Condition 3, my understanding is, has been removed, the ADU owner occupancy requirement. I believe that RDC's attorney is going to speak to condition 4, the permanent affordability at 50%. I believe that our proposal would be the 25% that is required by the UDO, the 15% base, and the 10% PUD added requirement. Condition 5's permanent affordability, my understanding, has been removed. Condition 6, the sustainability, no gas allowed in the neighborhood, that it has to be all electric. My understanding is that the applicant has, voluntarily agreed to that, but that the city would not be able to legally require that. Condition 7, the sustainability requirement to meet LEED Silver or a similar proposal. I think we can talk a little bit more about details there, but that we would propose meeting the model energy code, which is in the UDO currently, that increasing the standards over those required in the UDO would be an arbitrary exaction because it's not required of other similar projects. So we believe this would be legally classified as an amendment that would require reworking the costs and affordability metrics of the project. Conditions 8, 9, 10, and 11 are something that might be helpful to, referencing PUD exhibits to graphically show, but the 6-foot minimum sidewalk is not possible within the neighborhood without losing. So we've got a graphic that we can show you of if we have a 60-foot wide right of way, which is, extending back to a 6-foot tree plot, which is condition 10, and a 6-foot sidewalk, which is condition 8. Because we can't widen into the building in Block 8 and we can't widen into existing homes in the southern part of Block 10, we would need to take all of that extra space on both sides out of the edges of Block 9. So we lose approximately 14 homes. In condition 8, which I think is what Mayor Thompson is referencing, would require some redesign and would likely need to come back through Plan Commission. It would have cost impacts that are pretty significant, as well as dimensional impacts that are very different than fire and engineering have already reviewed. The 10-foot minimum sidewalk condition in item condition 9 is not possible without losing 3 accessible units. Those could be converted to a non-accessible unit, but the dimensions of the accessible units would require that we would lose 3 of our accessible units. And then sort of general conversation about, why anytime we're widening sidewalks, right? The 5-foot sidewalk to a 6-foot sidewalk doesn't feel like a big change. It's only 1 more feet of concrete. But it is a 20% increase in impervious area. And so it does have an impact and would need recalculation for stormwater, both runoff and then a coordinated stormwater area. And then condition 11, we did want to bring some technical concerns that the proposal to narrow the lanes to 12 feet, there's a 16-foot proposal and a 12-foot proposal. Both of those violate fire code. They would require adding significant costs to required fire sprinklers. And so those are some numbers that I can run through in depth if that's helpful. Condition 12, the Rogers Street right-of-way widening would require demolition of the existing building, and it also would reduce parking and underground stormwater storage. So I think we had some concern that would really be seen as a legal taking of that building. And then condition 13, we understand is likely to violate state law and not be allowed. So we were not planning to address it. Running through, I think the things that might be most helpful to run through verbally are, condition 4, 50% of homes being required as permanently affordable. That we really wanted to discuss with you guys that there are trade-offs to each one of these decisions, right? So that the more requirements that we have, the fewer homes that we can have, and the higher the costs are. And so, with fewer homes, we end up with higher costs per homes. But we also want to talk about what a lot of the proposal and what a lot of the kind of changes in the PUD also are providing. So as we talk about percentages, right, we by right as an R4 neighborhood have about 28 homes that we can put in. So 15% of 28 is significantly fewer permanently affordable homes than the 98 that can be provided in the current proposal. And so even the 25% permanently affordable of our larger number is almost as many homes as could have been provided to begin with. And so as there are really 2 ways to approach affordability and homeownership, permanently restricting a smaller number of units or producing a larger number of homes that are attainable by design, we'd really like to propose doing both, but proposing doing both within the statutes of the current UDO. We also do support long-term affordability. And the question is really how to do that in a way that preserves both access and economic mobility. And it's not a policy preference, but that we do, with experience in affordable homes, have some concerns in the overall trade-offs that would be required to get to 50% of the by right homes. That those have an impact on the long-term ability of the market rate homes to appraise at normal values. They also likely have an impact on nearby homes appraisal values, and that a mixed income neighborhood long-term is always a good idea. Percentages that are typically seen in those kinds of neighborhoods are more like a 25% than 50%.
Slow down a little bit. I am not able to keep up with the speed of your presentation. Thank you.
Happy to do so. We can switch into condition 7, which is our sustainability condition.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Let's be in order for a moment. I'll just clarify one thing. And thank you so much, Ms. Thurman, for your patience and your thoroughness. We have a rule in this body. I don't disagree that we should be showing the PowerPoint. I don't disagree that we don't always need to be subject to rules. Somebody could motion to suspend said rule if you want. Nobody has. And so at the moment, we are bound by those rules, and the person made the right motion saying, hey, we didn't receive this before. That's the way that we operate, and until others, they move otherwise, we won't do otherwise. And so I may agree with you, but I'm sorry that we have to sustain the position. I agree, but unless my okay. Thank you.
Point of order, please.
Yes, please. Wait. Thank you. All right, Ms. Thurman, if you could continue, and it may be also useful as if to the council members when we discuss any of these reasonable conditions, unless someone wants to make other motions, we may be able to discuss a little bit more. I think the overarching point here is that there's some weight to each of the conditions. I think we're following that much. I think not in the precise detail of each of them, but if you could continue, please, that would be wonderful. I'm so sorry, and thank you for your patience.
Happy to do so, and here to help. We really are grouping conditions 8, 9, and 10 together. If that is a helpful way for everybody to think about them, they work together as, the whole site is really a Tetris block. Sidewalks as a 6-foot minimum generally, 8 feet where serving as frontage, tree plots 6 feet wide. So those changes together are referenced as being necessary to uphold the transportation plan. But we did work closely with staff during the design phase of this with the realities of creating a compact, walkable neighborhood. So the plan prioritizes shorter blocks, lower driving speeds, internal pedestrian spaces, and is within compliance of the transportation plan, which was something that was heavily discussed throughout the design, because the transportation plan itself does anticipate flexibility in neighborhood street design. There are extensive charts of variations within streets reflecting existing right-of-way, existing building, existing reasons that a street couldn't be the entire full section. It in no way anticipates that every street can be made exactly to match. And as we've referenced previously, and I think shown previously, the section of neighborhood residential streets, which is the one that applies most to these sections, states, and I'll read quoting here, that many existing neighborhood residential streets are quite narrow in width. In order to preserve neighborhood fabric, existing streets shall not be required to conform to these cross-section standards. Priority for neighborhood residential streets is on maintaining calm streets that create safe and comfortable environments for walking, even if there are no sidewalks. Further in the transportation plan, and the dimensions that are proposed in the PUD did come from specific coordination with engineering and the transportation requirements. The shared street typology that is referenced in figure 15 provides for something very similar to the lanes, a shared street with no center line, 20 to 22 feet in width, with no dedicated bike facilities and optional on-street parking and other facilities. Within descriptions of the pedestrian zone and the greenscape furnishing zones, both of those reference narrower widths are possible. The pedestrian zone section references that the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, requires a minimum 4-foot pedestrian zone, and that can be applied using engineering judgment and should account for a minimum 1-foot shy distance from any barriers. So the transportation plan does anticipate up to a 4-foot, yes.
Comment on the floor.
Yes, I move to suspend the rules and allow Ms. Thurman to present the slideshow.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Stossberg.
It's not a rule that you can suspend. It is part of our council procedure at this point that presentations are supposed to get submitted by Monday before the meeting. And I'm sorry if y'all think that I'm just being pissy about this, but starting pretty darn soon, it is actually going to be a requirement that we can't show anything up there on that screen unless it has already been posted somewhere publicly. And I know that has been made clear. I know that that's been made clear in our documentation from our council attorney before she left, what the procedures are. And the fact that our administration can't manage to abide by our council procedures is one of the serious problems that I think we have right now in this city. And there is a reason why we don't have any full-time council staff right now in our office.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Stassberg. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank
Order,
you.
please.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. This has come up before, including when members of the public have wanted to share materials that they sent in, and we did not allow them to. I am sympathetic to what I'm hearing, but at the same time, I think having special rules for the mayor and not for other people is a problem. I think actually this entire petition is kind of like that, so I'm not going to support the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? I might just say that to me, there's a contextual argument, which is namely the content that we're receiving is very difficult to receive without visual help. I think that, we could, if the mayor asked that we extend this to May 1st. I mean, if May 6th, we could postpone and have the conversation in depth that way. But I do think that there's a context that I think is beyond just the fact that it's the mayor. I don't think that we need to pigeonhole that into this argument. But order, please. All right. Any other comments? I might have to use my gavel tonight. How exciting. Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Can we call for a roll call, please?
No.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. No.
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 That motion carries 5-4.
I think that you need a 2/3 majority to suspend the rules.
Sorry. Okay, we need a 2/3 majority to suspend our rules. So I'm sorry that motion fails. Ms. Thurman, please continue. Please, Councilmember Stassberg, please.
Can I suggest instead of having this presentation right now where it feels like Ms. Thurman is going through the reasonable conditions, instead maybe we can start with the sponsors of the reasonable conditions and actually introduce them one at a time in order to talk about them, or potentially have a motion to discuss the reasonable, as opposed to I move to adopt reasonable condition whatever, say I move to discuss reasonable condition whatever, and then we can talk about it, and maybe that will be easier both for the public and for council members.
Heard. I am in agreement. Let's do exactly that. So Ms. Thurman on standby. Where we last left off, we have 13 reasonable conditions. Please, Councilmember Flaherty.
I generally agree that it would be productive to talk about them, and all that. I also have general questions about the petition. Would we want to handle those first? Questions for the petitioner or its representatives?
I think seems appropriate.
Okay. The first one is just a question for, I guess, Corporation Counsel or whichever attorney is here representing the RDC. Is the legal interpretation of the RDC's representative that the council cannot pass reasonable conditions that you don't agree to or at all? And who's the RDC?
Thank you. Dana Kerr, as Assistant City Attorney assigned to the Redevelopment Commission. The legal department for the city and as a legal representative of the Redevelopment Commission, we do agree that reasonable conditions may be imposed by the council on the PUD. We do respectfully disagree with council's representation of what is an amendment and what is not an amendment. And so, therefore, what my intention to do tonight is, as we progress through the reasonable conditions, is to give a very short synopsis of my legal opinion of each one, not to go down a rabbit hole on each one to argue, but just so that we have on the record what our legal position is on each one, so that should that be necessary in the future, it is on the record. But I believe that anything, and our legal department and our colleagues that we have contacted believe that anything that changes the text, drawings, exhibits directly, altering the language, adding additional requirements that are substantial, things of that nature, are amendments to the PUD that are impermissible. And the reasoning is that the PUD is the ordinance. It's like what they were talking about going from the A1 to R1 and R2 and only going from an R1. What you do in a PUD is you're creating your very own ordinance, zoning ordinance, for just this little 6.3 acre parcel. You're creating your very, very own zoning ordinance. So anytime you change that text or those drawings or those cross sections, you're changing that ordinance, and so that's impermissible to unilaterally do that. I'm not saying that it can't be done through a agreement by the petitioner, but unfortunately the petitioner, due to the circumstances that it's a redevelopment commission, a 5-member commission, can't be here in this kind of setting. So my belief on steps forward could be that if it's a reasonable condition, and I believe a couple that passed were within that realm, then that you have the power to do that. The redevelopment commission can't say we like it or dislike it. It's just what you impose. But when you come to an amendment, the redevelopment could have an opportunity if, I guess my suggestion would be that the council in those situations proposed that there be an amendment to the PUD and that go back to the redevelopment commission, who meets Monday night. Not that they could get through it all on Monday night maybe, but to let the redevelopment go back, look through what the amendment would be and actually vote on it and make a determination of what they, as any petitioner would. For instance, in the Misty Woods case, the petitioner could have said in that first meeting, no, I want R1 and R2 only. And then so the council at that point had the choice of either adopting it as presenting, giving both, or denying it. And so after it went to the redevelopment commission and they either agreed to do the amendments or not, then it would come back to the council, and the council would say, okay, well, they agreed with these, but they didn't those, or they agreed to all of them, so we're okay, and you would be able to either accept it or deny it at that time. So, but again, I believe you have learned at council. When we spoke today, it was obvious that, this isn't tested in court. So there's not, we may be right, he may be right. I feel very strongly in my position. Reasonable conditions are not defined, but amendment is very easily found in the dictionary, in the Black Laws Dictionary, in amending text and adding text of substance and deleting text of substance are amendments. And the PUD ordinance is the zoning ordinance for that particular zone. So that's why I strongly feel that that's what it is. So anyway, so that's why I would like to, with each one, give my legal opinion on behalf of the RDC.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Kirkman. And then Councilman Flaherty.
Yeah, I did just want to have a brief response to what Mr. Kerr just said. Talking about with the PUD, we're creating our own small ordinance for this 6.3 acres. And if you change anything, then that's an amendment. I would submit that that interpretation, or, that he's there, that does not take into account the express authority to adopt reasonable conditions in 1512, which is the PUD scope of authority, the law, the statutes that create the ability to create a PUD. So it's different from amending a run-of-the-mill zoning petition. And again, I cited in my earlier presentation that 1015 G3, which again states that defines a condition imposed upon approval relative to any other development requirement that must be met before any other secondary approval may be granted or building permit may be issued under this chapter. Those are not considered commitments. Those are considered conditions. To the extent that there's a definition of reasonable condition, I think development requirement was used in Mr. Kerr's presentation there multiple times. So I think that we're trying to shrink what is able to be called a reasonable condition. And then one last thing, just briefly, with Ms. Thurman's presentation, multiple times there was some talk about takings and exactions, and I would suggest that what is actually on the table here is actually somewhat unique in that the city owns the land. It's owned by the RDC. We're discussing what to do with this property and what to adopt on public land. Takings, of course, are taking of private property for a public purpose. So I'm not sure that taking law would actually apply in this specific context. Now, if we're talking about a PUD over some privately owned land, it might be a different story. But in this case, this is entirely publicly owned land. I'm not sure exactions and taking analysis really applies.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Flaherty, then Stassberg.
I defer to Stassberg.
Okay, Councilmember Stassberg.
Kind of a follow-up sort of question and thought about this. Well, one thing, I don't want to spend our time right now necessarily having this legal debate, because it's pretty clear to me that our council representation and the city representation differ on this subject, and but there is clearly a way through it in terms of approval by the RDC of anything specific if we need to get to that point. But one of the things that I just want to bring up, Mr. Kerr, in terms of what you just said about the PUD, and what you said was changes to text and text amendments. And a PUD is both a map amendment and a text amendment. And the case that was cited earlier, my understanding, so I'm not the lawyer, right? So I feel like I'm asking this partly for all of you other people out there who are also not lawyers, okay? So the case cited earlier, it was a map amendment. And so state law was saying, okay, council can't change a map amendment, can't amend a map amendment. But state law does say that we can amend text amendments. So when we get things from the Plan Commission that are text amendments, council can make actual changes to them, to the UDO, and can make amendments to them. And that is part of how I'm viewing this reasonable condition thing, is that, it would not be okay if we wanted to change the map, but we're not changing the map. We are looking at the rules around the map, and that is a text amendment. So I guess I'm interested in hearing from both attorneys their thoughts on that kind of difference in terms of this PUD being a text amendment and a map amendment versus other things that come from the Plan Commission, which are usually either or.
Section 1505C states that the legislative body shall adopt and amend a PUD district ordinance in the same manner as a zone map change. So it's section 608, a zone map change, not a zone text change of 607.5. So it is a map change, just like the Misty Woods case, where that amendment is not allowed. unilaterally.
And so what do our attorneys say to that?
So I would say that it's both in this case. It's a map change and a text change. And we do believe that the reasonable conditions come in the 1500 series, which is to do with both because this is a PUD and it involves both. But it's different than just a map change, just a rezone, because the 1500 series provides specifically that reasonable conditions are allowed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kerr, you described a variety of things that you think would not be valid reasonable conditions. Are you aware that the City Council and previous mayors have signed legislation consistently for the past at least 4 decades that have reasonable conditions that would, in your opinion, not be valid reasonable conditions?
I have, and I understand that. I have not, in this limited time, had the opportunity to go back and read them. I do understand that in the Summit case, the petitioner was here to agree to it, just like in the Misty Woods case in the first hearing. The Misty Woods agreed to go ahead and just go with R1, and their attorney representative told the council that they wouldn't show up to the second meeting if they were just going to go ahead and just do the R1 and make no other changes. They were okay with that, so they acquiesced to doing that change. I did not go through the others. If they did it and it was an amendment without the petitioner agreeing to it, then all I can say is that it was incorrect. It was contrary to the law. I'm just sorry, that's my opinion on it. And I stand by my opinion. And I do believe there are reasonable conditions, things that help specify and identify. For instance, there's the issue of affordability that's going around. And I had, because I believe changing to 50% is a change in the text, it's changing 15 to 50. I believe that is an amendment. And so I presented an option where it could be a reasonable condition because it utilizes a part of the code, the PUD code, that is the qualifying standards that adds that additional 10% on. And since the PUD itself did not specify which manner they were using to reach that qualifying standard, then the council has every right to impose on that PUD, this is the way you're going to meet that standard, is you're going to get that extra 10%. And so that is a reasonable condition because it aligns with the PUD ordinance and it was silent in the PUD. And so I believe that that is a reasonable condition that this council could say, again, whether the RDC likes it or not, that the RDC must do for the PUD. So again, I don't want to get into legal debate either. I know you guys don't. I just want the opportunity when these come up to state my legal opinion so that we will have that preserved on the record.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the affordability, the affordable housing portion that Mr. Kerr just talked about. So I think we're in agreement that the PUD itself actually does not clarify what standard affordable housing is going to be in the, is going to be required. And per the UDO, there are specific requirements for affordable housing criteria that have to be in the PUD that are not there. And so I think we're in agreement with that. I think what Mr. Kerr is suggesting as their amended reasonable condition is exactly what the requirements are under the UDO. However, the reasonable condition that the council has proposed also is in line with the UDO. It just exceeds the requirements. So it goes beyond what the UDO requires. So I just want to clarify that both proposals are in line with the UDO, and one of the reasonable conditions for the PUD affordable housing has to be adopted for this PUD to be valid under the UDO. But I would argue that the council's proposal is just as reasonable as Mr. Kerr's proposal.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shaw. Council members, if I could, and I try my best not to, I just want to keep the bus running, but I think the conversations that we're having are hindering the useful conversations that we want to be having about the substance of the reasonable conditions, and indeed whether or not there are any effects of them. I think beyond the sort of semantics of the law here, and I mean, I don't mean to be reductionist in saying that. I'm just saying that I think there's a couple of things that are very clear, which is we have the right to make reasonable conditions. You have the right to withdraw them and or take other types of actions afterward. But like, we need to be able to weigh these reasonable conditions in relation to what it is that the effects are going to be. And so can I ask that we move on to either discussing them and or taking what the mayor said, and if we want to postpone this and have a conversation in some different way, like, let's do that. Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. I'm curious to what my colleagues think about using our April deliberation session to discuss this. I think that it would make more sense to go reasonable condition by reasonable condition in a deliberation session than it would to introduce them all independently here, but I'm neutral.
I think there is also the option of us discussing them prior to taking up votes today, as an example. I mean, so, but yeah. Other thoughts or comments to what's been said, Councilmember Strasburg?
I would prefer to discuss them tonight. And that's why I was kind of like, we don't have to necessarily introduce them to adopt. We could introduce them to discuss. Yep. And then I think it could be a really similar discussion to like a deliberation session. I think, weren't we supposed to do deliberation session on sidewalks in April? And I know that we could postpone that, but I was also looking forward to that. So if we could do that tonight to get a feel of where to go between now and whichever next meeting we discuss, it would be great. And I do have like one other general question that's not about a reasonable condition, that's also not about this topic.
Okay, please ask it, and then we'll move on.
It is sort of legal, but it's not about this legal topic. It's about covenants and restrictions, because last week, Councilmember Ruff kind of took off his reasonable condition 3 because it was like, well, we can put the ADU ownership stuff under like a neighborhood covenant or restriction. And I guess I was wondering, like, the ordinance itself says that there doesn't need to be any kind of ownership requirement over ADUs. And if you put something in a neighborhood covenant that says it does, there does need to be that kind of requirement. Like, which of those two documents like rules that? Like, are neighborhood covenants so powerful that they can overrule zoning ordinances? I don't, like, whichever lawyer wants to answer that for me, I'm good with.
Yes, that was withdrawn, so I haven't spent any time on it. I apologize. So I would need to go back and look at that. I could probably do it quickly and come back with an answer, but happy to let your counsel.
Okay, does Clark know? Clark, I'm sorry, I don't remember your last name.
I certainly don't have a 100% answer. A covenant is something that a landowner accepts privately that runs with the land. There's like legal non-conforming use. There's all sorts of different things that can impact, what is basically on the ground legal, right? Depending, if a covenant was in place in 1955 and a zoning ordinance is plopped on top of it, I think the covenant would control. If there's an existing zoning ordinance and something were to, be accepted by a property owner that is not in conformance with it, not sure it would have much legal effect.
I guess I'm kind of curious about the answer to that. I was talking with Councilmember Ruff about that over the weekend, and I just don't want a colleague to like withdraw something that matters to them if they don't know for sure whether or not it would have an effect. So that's all. We don't need to continue this. I just wanted to bring that up.
It was something where it was going to be the same effect either way, so let me look at that and get back to you on that one. But I will say for these others, I promise it'll be a very short, quick paragraph.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have adopted, I'm sorry, let me pull back up where we are. We've adopted reasonable condition 1 and 2. Reasonable condition 3 was withdrawn to the point just made, and we're now on reasonable condition 4, though happy to do these in any order, but if we wanted to stay with the same order, are there any motions or anything else? Please, Councilmember Stassberg.
Move to discuss reasonable condition 4.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion carries 9-0. It carries, thanks. Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Rosenberger.
Did you say you want me to go?
You start.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember
Okay, so
Stassberg.
I'm apparently supposed to start with this proposed reasonable condition. This essentially is the permanent affordability reasonable condition. The original ordinance commits 15% to permanently affordable and 50% to just generally affordable. And the PUD requirements, as is already mentioned, actually require 25% at a minimum to be permanently affordable. But the other piece of, so like the PUD, like as it is right now, is not in compliance with that. And so that's where it's like, okay, either we need to get it into compliance or we need to, as a council, kind of accept an adjustment to that compliance because there's a qualifier within the UDO to adjust it. And so I'm personally not interested in adjusting the permanent affordability part. The other part of what the UDO says, though, is that it has to be permanently affordable through deed restrictions. And as has been discussed, as has been presented, that deed restrictions might cause some problems with modern banking, and it reduces some flexibility. And so the other part of compliance with the UDO is that, well, if it's not deed restrictions, then that's also an adjustment. And so this reasonable condition goes, okay, well, it could be deed restrictions or ground leases like the Community Land Trust. I think Summit was mentioned earlier by somebody. Or number 3 says another legal mechanism for permanent affordability is subsequently approved by the council in an amendment to the PUD, like at a future time. And in the spirit of the collaboration and cooperation, et cetera, I think that, in the press release earlier that in the week that I signed on to, the 50% is certainly has some flexibility there in terms of finding a point that we can all agree to and think is attainable. And then I'm also willing to have further discussions, assuming that we postpone like full consideration of this until a next meeting or early May is suggested, about those other legal mechanisms and potentially putting them in here with more specification for approval. But I just feel like I need a little bit more information about that, especially since part of what we would be doing here is like adjusting this requirement that has been in the UDO.
Thank you, Councilmember Stassberg. Councilmember Rosenberger.
Hi, thanks. I'll just do kind of a general add-on, more at a higher, just a broader level that part of the impetus of this, as Councilmember Stassberg says, was to bring the PUD into compliance with the UDO requirements. And then, of course, it did go farther with that 50% number. The original PUD did say 50% affordable housing. So one kind of take on that is we switched that to permanently affordable housing. And then another perspective is that this is a very unique opportunity that we have, that as the city, we own the land and we can sell it, we can give it away, we can keep it, and it is something where we can require and provide more permanently affordable housing at lower AMIs and still make numbers work. And so I kind of saw it as an opportunity to do more where we might potentially not have that same opportunity with a private developer. So it's just kind of the spirit of the PUD and Hopewell in general, and just kind of like following along the spirit of why Hopewell was bought in the first place.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions for your colleagues? Please, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I just didn't want the last paragraph of this reasonable condition to be overlooked, and that's, so in addition to requiring 50% of dwelling units to be permanently affordable, is it true, this question for the sponsors, that also it takes that 50% and says 15% must be at affordable for households earning at or below 90% area median income, and 35% must be affordable for households earning at or below 120% area median income. Is that right?
That's right. Do you want us to talk about that a little bit more?
Go for it.
That's right. This is where, so one of the reasons for the 90% is that the newer updated UDO has the 90% requirement. And so we were looking at that as something that, while this PUD does not need to do the updated requirements, they do exist, and this council did decide that 90% AMI was what we really needed in the city. So it made sense again that because the city owns this land that we could do that and we could ask for it. And I would say another point is that 120% of AMI versus 90%, it really is looking at pretty different income levels, where 120% AMI tend to buy on the open market currently. And so it's people who can potentially buy a home, but maybe could use some assistance, but tend to opt for market rate instead of affordable. And so the 90% would really get to some portion of the population of people who cannot buy a home without it being permanently affordable. Just some examples, I guess. I talked a little bit with Summit Hill Land Trust that said they can also go up to 120% AMI there. The highest AMI they have sold to is 105%, and the lowest with subsidy is, I think I would have to look at my notes, it's just on a different page, but about like 48% AMI at the Land Trust.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. This question is also for the sponsors. I'm just wondering if you've met with local lenders and if you have a plan to circumvent their concerns on financing homes with deed restrictions.
Yes, I talked to Summit Hill Land Trust today, and they were very helpful. This is about ground leases specifically. So we have 2 local lenders that are lending to projects like this. Fifth Third Bank and German American, I guess it's okay to say all that. And there's a national lender that works with low-income communities, TOMO, T-O-M-O. This is a little more specific to the land trust, but it was talked about that it can be difficult for banks to sell their mortgages on the secondary market. At least with the land trust, it is certified by Fannie Mae, and those mortgages are being sold on the second market. So Fifth Third has been selling them from the beginning, and German American recently started selling theirs on the open market.
Can I add to that answer?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Thank you.
I forgot your co-sponsor.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
To add to that answer, I mean, that's one of the reasons, because you asked specifically about deed restrictions, and so one of the reasons why deed restrictions is on there is because that's what's actually in our UDO right now. So it's not like we're saying, ooh, we have this preference for deed restrictions. We're saying this is what's currently in our standard. So we should allow this thing that's currently in our standard to be used as an option. But we should also allow ground leases. And then number 3, we're also open to other things. And so all of those are encompassed. And yes, I have actually met with a local lender to talk through some of these things. And I would say I still don't feel like I have like a convincing argument for sure that all of these other methods are absolutely gonna work. I do think that, you know, the deed restrictions have been problematic, which is why, you know, the original version of this number 4, I was not a co-sponsor on because I wanted this third other legal mechanisms option, because I think those other options are important. I just want to explore them more temporarily, or explore them more before I just say like, yes, go and do those things.
Okay, follow-up question from Councilmember Zulik.
Yes, I have a follow-up for the attorneys. I'm not as familiar with lending or financing as a home, as I do not own one. But I was just wondering if only allowing very specific lenders to help with home buying and home ownership, if that would hinder anyone's ability to continue to engage with the free market.
Who's that? Just for is
anyone with a law degree that is representing the city.
Okay.
Is that adequate? Could you repeat that? I'm not sure if there's really a legal answer to your question.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a legal question, but go on.
Okay. Well,
let me ask it.
I was just wondering if hindering people who are buying homes with the deed restrictions to 1 or 2 potential lenders, if there are any legal issues with that, because this would, there are only a couple, as we just heard, lenders who are willing to engage with this type of home buying. And I'm sorry if I'm not using the correct terms. I am truly doing my best. I am just wondering if there are any legal complications with that.
I can't say for certain that there would be, that there's, like access to, access to mortgages. Is that, I think that, that's the world we live in. And it's something we can research if you'd like me to do further research on that.
That would be great, because I don't want to box our future home buyers into a situation where they can only work with 1 or 2 companies when there are others available. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. So I appreciate the structure of the reasonable condition. I guess in my mind, whether we're doing permanent affordability or one-time affordability is basically just a policy choice, and whether we choose to leverage the land value or not. And I appreciate that there's, I guess, flexibility here of 2 options that we're aware of that are used for permanent affordability, and the possibility of a third. But if we don't know what it is yet, respecting that we need to, actually know what it is in order to be able to approve it, so that needs to come back to us. I think I generally agree with that. My question actually is about the ground lease approach, though, which is, does that require deed restrictions when you use a ground lease approach to ensure permanent affordability? Or my gut is it would not, but do we know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that. I would think the same thing. You are leasing the land and you're buying the home with a mortgage. I guess, though, because these are permanently affordable, there would still be an income. Oh, it's a ground lease, so income limitations for the AMI part, but that's not exactly what you're asking.
It might be a qualification to be able to be eligible to buy the home that's on the, ground lease,
right,
but not a restriction of the mortgage itself. I don't know. This is also a time for discussion. And so we might want to talk about whether we want to open this to other parties also. So.
Love to hear from Ms. Thurman if available. If anybody else had any comments, please feel free. Ms. Thurman, are you still there?
I am.
We'll have a time for public comment as well. So thoughts on this one?
I think our main questions on this one really had to do with the way that we are limiting, that we have affordable home buyers up front, and we are limiting a larger number of them being able to build equity in their house and resell at market values. And so from a practical standpoint, I think there's a lot of really good questions that you guys are having of what's the right mechanism? can somebody get a mortgage for that house? Is it going to work? And I do think that that is something that I feel really comfortable the RDC has had very deep conversations about, and that is not necessarily land use tied, that need to be tied up in the PUD, that it, to your point, the city is controlling that process. There are really aligned, values in this is intended to be affordable housing. The exact mechanism, a deed restriction is tricky, limiting the number of, available ways that you can get a mortgage for a home does create friction in the project and limit some things for home buyers, but that there are mechanisms that are practiced and will work. So I think everybody is very much on the same page about the goals of that, but the 50% rather than 25%, I think does have some concerns in terms of what that will do overall to comps for resales, that at least half of the homes will have at sale point a below market value sale, and that will likely negatively impact the resale value of the market rate homes, which will have negative impacts on affordable home buyers, who've purchased as a qualified home buyer up front, but now can't sell their house at what would be considered market value, even if there are not affordability limitations on that specific house. So I think there's some concerns about that, what the follow-on impacts might be of a 50% permanently affordable, but it does sound like there's strong alignment of there are going to be ways to find mechanisms that work long-term, that are flexible, and that this project also has a lot of work with lenders. We've had a series of lender roundtables working through exactly how these will be underwritten, what kinds of loans can be used. We heard really strongly from Plan Commission. I think there's a banker on Plan Commission about the deed restriction as a concern for a typical mortgage from a local or regional bank.
Thank you so much. I actually have a question both for the sponsors and for you, Ms. Thurman. Maybe first for you, which is, this is not a new idea, and obviously reflective of the actual requirements in our code for PUDs. So that I think we've been clear on. But in your work in other places, and then similarly here, I mean, we're thinking about, because it's not a new idea, we also have lots of natural experiments to see how this works. So what evidence do you have of the results of deed restrictions for permanent affordability?
There is, as you're saying, it's not a new idea, but there's not a clear front runner nationally yet as a mechanism, is going to be my short answer. There are a number of communities that have iterated on something someone else has done previously with some changes. And my feedback would be, I'm in a community that is working on getting a community land trust set up, that has thought a lot about it. I'm sitting on that committee every week, right, talking through exactly what the numbers are and how it works. And there are a lot of things that have been tried, and there is not a single method or structure that I'm aware of that has become a national frontrunner that is recognized as the answer. So it tends to have a lot of complexity around both state law and your local banking environment, as well as the exact price points and mechanisms and who you have to operate the program long term. So finding qualified home buyers in a timely manner, so that an original affordable home buyer who has perhaps gotten a job in another town, perhaps they are getting married, they are selling a house for a reasonable reason, they need to be able to also trust that that resale process is going to be timely and not negatively impact their own kind of normal life function. And so that process of what organization is running that transaction management, ensuring that the seller, that original affordable home buyer, is selling the home in a timely manner to another qualified home buyer has typically been the mechanism that is most challenging for communities to maintain long term. And so that's, I think, where we've seen the most national experimentation, might be one word, around finding the right mechanism that is simple, that lasts, that is easy to maintain, 15, 20 years down the road. And so some of the challenges around the deed restriction, there are obvious banking challenges with that. One of the other challenges is it's not flexible. Once it's been put onto the deed, it can't be removed. And so if the system 15 to 20 years down the road is not working, you are locked into that deed restriction that is permanent.
And thank you very much, and also to the sponsors, if that question as well, but then thinking specifically, I mean, we both said we talked to Summit, and I'm interested in, like, what's the market looking like in terms of Summit sales, resales, you know, are there empty lots, like what's the market signals that you're seeing from Summit, and also happy to hear from Director Killian Hansen, for example, or anybody else who would know that.
Councilmember Rosenbarger should probably take most of that, but what I wanted to add to that was, I mean, part of what Ally just said about, like, well, there's not a clear national front runner and we don't really know, and that's one of the reasons why I don't want to bake something in here for sure in that kind of way, and why I have some of that reticence and want to understand and research that just a little bit more. But Councilmember Rosenbarger was the one that did the most liaising with Summit Land Trust specifically.
Okay. And then I see Mr. Ferrer. Let's hear from Councilmember Rosenbarger. Then to you. Sorry.
Okay. The question is, what?
Well, it's just, I mean, because what we're proposing.
Oh, what's happening at the land trust now? I mean, I do almost feel like Nate
in other places where we put this mechanism in place,
answer
right?
more than I could, but I guess I had a conversation today, so I can just relay some of that. But of course, I mean, Nate worked there, so he's got more intimate details. My conversation today was that 7 affordable homes have sold there, and some market rate. There's 29 lots left. I don't know what.
Over what period of time?
I think it's been 2 years. This is where Nate could talk about that too.
Mr. Ferrer?
I hope I have the right information too. So Nathan Ferrer, Executive Director of Summit Hill Community Development Corporation and the Housing Authority. So we started setting up the land trust about 3 years ago, had our first sale 2 years ago. There are 12 homes built, there's 2 underway. Of the 12 homes built, 7 are through the land trust. We use the ground lease model. We do not have covenants when we use a ground lease or deed restrictions. The ground lease serves that purpose. We have struggled greatly with lenders. It's not a model, it's not a conventional model. And we're a fairly conventional area. We have, that's been the bulk of our work, is finding lenders who will do the shared equity lending or essentially provide a mortgage without the owner owning the land. What else do you?
That answers the question. I mean, so then both to everyone here, and then a broader question. Do we have any evidence to suggest that the mechanisms that we're proposing in this reasonable condition are substantially going to change the outcomes of the market dynamics that we're already experiencing in other places where we put it in place? And then my follow-on question, potentially for Ms. Thurman, is okay. So then we all want permanent affordability. I think that the moral argument is really clear. And so, what is the best mechanism for us to achieve what it is that we want to do? And so the first, and then happy to hear the second idea.
Sure. My mind just went blank. There's a bunch of things running around in there. First question again. Sorry.
Do we have any evidence to suggest that doing this in Hopewell is going to be substantially different than doing it in another place in the city if we're struggling in Summit Hill?
Well, first, there have been struggles. We are plugging away. We're moving forward with this model. What we're learning is the land trust model is not right for every low to moderate income buyer. So it's good for a certain subset of buyers that are out there if we can help get them through the mortgage application process. Being lower income presents all kinds of challenges to getting a mortgage, and sometimes just the timing doesn't work out. So there's that piece. I would say our land trust right now is serving the population that is appropriate for the land trust model, meaning I don't know that we're ready as a community to add more land trust home sales, essentially. It's kind of saturated with what we're doing as our sales show. So that's not to say the land trust model is failing. I think it's working, and I think we're going to continue to plug ahead. To add more right now, those units at Hopewell would just delay people getting housing, in my opinion.
Am I right in saying, and please, if anybody, I don't want to dominate it because I recognize the power dynamic of the fact that I get to choose myself to speak. But and so then right away to Councilmember Rallo, are you saying clearly that that the land trust model, but they've given a lot of different options here?
There's been a bunch of terms included in that, but yeah.
Exactly. So I'm just trying to understand like your recommendation, because because we're making an argument about like banks and lenders, but there's also the broader market in Bloomington, and I'm just curious about your recommendation on this particular reasonable condition and whether you would frame it in a different way, because I think we've all said very clearly we want a lot of permanent affordability. We own this land, that moral argument we've made, but like how we do it is the question that we're trying to ask.
I don't know if I can give you the answer to how to do it, but I can tell you that
Can you tell us how not to do it? You sure could.
What's that?
You could tell us how not to do it is also helpful. But
the land trust model comes with the problems we've been struggling with for the last 3 years. So it is going to be a slower model. It is going to mean people will not get housed as quickly. There are other models to consider, and I think that's what needs to be part of the conversation to ensure permanent affordability. First right of refusal is definitely a tool that can be implemented with different models to ensure, but you also have to have subsidy in place to be able to buy those homes back. So there's a lot to think about, a lot to consider.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Rallo.
Just a simple question. What's the duration of the ground lease? What's the
Our
term?
ground leases are 99 years.
99?
So, I mean, the ground lease or land trust model is meant to create permanent affordability, meaning there is a mechanism in there to retain subsidy that gets passed along for future buyers. So,
good. Thanks.
The first right of refusal is something that Habitat is using currently in Bloomington, along with a silent second mortgage, and that has been an option that is the front runner. It's probably most similar to Boulder, Colorado's program, which has been established since 2008. So it is a right of first refusal or a purchase option. There's a couple different legal ways that can get set up. But when you purchase the house as an affordable home buyer the first time, you are functionally agreeing contractually at that time to sell it back to an entity. So in this case, it is likely the RDC. Whitefish, Montana has a similar program that has multiple beneficiaries, and so they've included both their housing authority and the city as beneficiaries of that right. And in some of those programs, the resale price is pre-negotiated. So you know that you will get some equity back, and it's typically at market rate, that the sale is at market rate, or at a pre-negotiated annual appreciation rate that would be below market rate. So that if, for instance, housing prices have doubled, you are making some additional equity at that resale, and that you know the timing and the purchase price when you sell, and it's typically tied to how long you've owned the home. And so there is a lot of then sureness in that transaction that can be really helpful to an affordable home buyer. And so both of those programs do involve a deed restriction, because the deed is restricted to that first right of refusal, continues to always default back to the city. But it is one that if that expires, or, it can functionally expire because you're just declining to buy it at some point. If 100 years down the line, the city is just declining to buy it each time, it's functionally not stopping the transaction of that home, but it does give the city an opportunity each time the property transacts for it to come back into the program. A lot of those programs also don't actually purchase the home from the buyer. From the original buyer, they find a new qualified affordable home buyer and then assign the contract to them at closing. And so the city is controlling the transaction, but they are never actually in the transaction with money. And so that is the method that I think the most cities have started to move towards. There's a number of towns in California that are using that model. Boulder's is the oldest version of that I'm aware of. Falls Church, Virginia does something really similar. And so that is the model that's been most discussed at RDC. But I do think that some of the challenge that you guys are referencing here is it's really tough to tie that mechanism when there is not one clear answer into the land use regulations in a way that changing that program would require coming back to amend the PUD.
So I would just, in reaction to all of that, and what I was getting at is that I think that the 25%, the ratios make a lot of sense from 4. I think that the mechanisms that we originally considered in 5, we have a lot of evidence that those may be the better mechanisms, and I think giving sort of flexibility to how those mechanisms are put in place might be wise. And so I would think what I would love to see us do is some combination of 4 and 5, which states very clearly the minimum amount that we want, which and set that however you wish, but then that we have the right mechanisms in place to actually make this doable. I'm concerned about the feasibility with the evidence. We have mounting evidence that it's not going to be as feasible. Councilman Flaherty, then Zulik.
Doesn't paragraph 3 in the second part of about the legal instruments in RC4, wouldn't that include everything that was in RC5? It would just require that the petitioner know what it is they're doing before we give final approval, rather than just asking them to tell us later, which is more the structure of RC5. So I think my reading of RC4 is that the flexibility it already built in would include everything in RC5. It's just that the difference is whether or not the council approves it, since we don't know right now what the mechanism even is.
Sorry, point 3 that says, or other legal mechanisms for permanent affordability is subsequently approved by this council, which would suggest that if the petitioner found that deed restrictions and ground leases didn't work, they would have to come back to us and say, what we'd like to do is do some affordability plan, and we could then accept that.
Right, exactly.
But we could also reject it, right?
Yes.
And then it would default back to if they don't come up with a better option, or if we don't, right? So yeah. That's would be my only concern there, is that it subjects it again to. You know what I'm saying? I just wonder if we want to pre-approve it as, we would like it to be this way, but yeah. So then, sorry, Councilmember Strasburg.
So as the sponsor of this, and kind of in the spirit of recognizing that part of what we're doing right now is discussing the reasonable conditions, so then we can move forward in the next couple of weeks to hopefully amend them, the reasonable conditions, to kind of reach some cool middle ground that works for everybody in an idealistic consensus sort of way. Yes, 3 is supposed to enable that, but it does require the coming back. And so that's where I was like, I could potentially compromise, depending on what kind of evidence. I appreciate hearing that Habitat is using right of first refusal and silent second mortgages right now. I appreciate, that list of other cities that are doing this and that kind of information. So then, that's the kind of research-based sort of stuff that I would have liked to see. And then I wouldn't object to, putting specific methods on. But I think that just giving a free pass to every method under the sun, I don't love that, but maybe, adding a third line in that says this mechanism, this mechanism, this mechanism, and then a fourth line, or any others that have to come back, might split that difference. I don't know how my co-sponsor feels about that.
I think that, I keep having to pull it up. I'm not bothered by number 3. I think if there are more terms around here, permanent affordability is not defined in this reasonable condition. And so, I tend to think we're looking at 100 years. We're looking far into the future. Somebody else might think that means 15 years, right? And shared equity models might be 3% back to the homeowner. It might be, 97% back to the homeowner, and we've lost affordability. So it's not just the mechanism, it is the details of how it's going to be accomplished.
But mechanism 1 and 2 aren't reversible, right? So we can't, we have to set on that track from the beginning. And so, and I think we've already heard very clearly, like the petitioner's like, oh, we don't think 1 and 2 is going to work. And so that's what, like, you know, so don't we need to decide the mechanism that we'd like to, do you see what I'm saying? Or
I don't know why we need to decide the mechanism right now.
Well,
but I also want to say, if that's okay, about the Community Land Trust. I mean, I had a conversation today with the Community Land Trust, and it didn't go exactly the same way, right? It went that it was a rocky start. I mean, I think this is what Mr. Ferrer was saying. It was a rocky start, and it's doing well now, and it is selling homes. And I understand that we don't necessarily need more land trust homes in Hopewell. We don't necessarily need that, because I think we need different mechanisms around our city for permanently affordable places, because people want different things and can figure out different things, right, that work for them. Like some people want to own the land and they don't want to rent the land, and that's a real thing here in the Midwest, and I think other places as well. But I guess I just don't like to repeat that, like, that's not working. It is in the UDO, and it is just an option that they can do, and like this would just be in the PUD, that it can be done that way. And we're talking about something like, what if we don't know if this is going to work in 50 years? Okay, well, that is true, that maybe it will work in 50 years. If it doesn't work now, if a deed restriction isn't working now, it might work in 50 years or something like that, right? So this just gives basically the flexibility of all types. And I would say, like, the administration doesn't have the mechanism figured out yet. Like, it doesn't, you know, it's like working on where that might live and who might have first right of refusal, right? Like, would it be the RDC, or would the RDC sell the land, right? Yeah. So it's a lot, there are a lot of unknowns still, yeah. I think, to just say,
Thank you.
Go from here, yeah.
Yep. Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. As suggested earlier, I'm happy to work with the sponsors of Reasonable Condition 4 to work on something that works for all or most of council members, but I can't support a reasonable condition that includes deed restrictions from all of the different feedback that we've just gotten. So, thank you.
And then just a quick question, and then I'd love to go to public comment. Do you read, unless you guys have more, unless there's an objection, I'd like to go to public comment. Do you all intend this to be that, like, how do they decide, and who decides whether it's 1, 2, or moving to 3?
The owner of the land does. I mean, I think that that's one of the things I heard from them, is that they want as much flexibility as they can around figuring out how to do it. And I mean, what I heard Mr. Ferreira say is that, you know, the Bloomington can't necessarily support another land trust, but I guess, like, a follow-up question that I don't want answered right now, but I just want to put out into the universe is, well, what if 1 or 2 of these lots kind of became part of that land trust? Because, you know, I don't know for sure what the design models are, say, for the houses in the land trust right now, but some of these proposed houses in Hopewell, like, they're really tiny. They're like tiny homes. It might be attracting a different demographic that would also qualify for the land trust thing, but needs a different type of housing. So, like, that's why with the deed restriction, like, I don't want to take anything off the table for the RDC, the petitioner, and, you know, like, figuring all of that out. So, you know, down the road, and also, as Councilmember Councilmember Rosenberger just said, that, like, you know, we don't know what's going to work in 25 years or 30 years. Sure. Maybe something different will work, and that's not about number 3, that's about number 2. Maybe more banks will do better about lending related to ground leases and land trusts. Maybe, you know, like we don't really know, we can't see the future. And so keeping that flexibility in for any of those, I think, is valuable.
Thank you so much. If there's no objection, would love to go to public comment on this reasonable condition. Seeing none, you are not public comment. You want to. We didn't call for you yet. You go sit down. We'll have public comment. Is there? I asked for public comment. Mr. Kerr did say earlier that he'd like to give a legal response to each one. Is everybody okay with Mr. Kerr giving his legal response to this one? All right, seeing no, Mr. Kerr, go ahead, and then we'll go to public comment.
All right.
Thank you. Be ready.
Dana Kerr, legal representative for the Redevelopment Commission, petitioner. We believe that this is legally classified as an amendment, as it specifically alters the text of the PUD ordinance. Also legally classified as an amendment as it has a very significant impact on the PUD development, as achieving a 50% permanent affordability goal would likely be impossible given the mix of housing types, fuel prices, and other escalating product costs. While there is the idea of having a legislative permanent affordability requirement in the future, that does not exist at this time and cannot be imposed on the petitioner. If considered a condition and not an amendment, it would be legally an unreasonable condition for the same reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't expect you to say that. But now we'll go to the public comment. Anybody who'd like to make public comment on reasonable condition 4, we accept your comment at this time. If you're online and would like to make comment, you can raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you shortly.
Hey everybody, Steve Bishop. Enjoying my civic participation tonight. If you all would indulge me really quick, anybody on the council involved in real estate? Any of you with a lending background? Because I hear a lot of conjecture around both those topics, and I don't see any experts on the panel or any being convened to talk in front of you, which is a real concern because you're making a lot of choices for people that also don't have those professionals, either as a background or someone they can lean on. The point of affordability that you keep focusing on really doesn't come into play at all. You all have the purview to help with attainability, which is the purchase of that home. You don't have anything to do with affordability because you don't have control over taxes or insurance. Indiana currently leads the country in foreclosures because people can't afford their escrow accounts. That's taxes and insurance. So unless you plan to cap those somewhere, there is no affordability permanence for any of this.
Thank you. Next commenter in the House. Please, Ms. Ferrer.
Me again. Nate Ferrer, Executive Director, Housing Authority. Not fully sure what to say now, but I had prepared something, so I'm going to touch on some of it. We truly do appreciate the conversation about affordability. As a land trust, we're deeply committed to permanent affordability and expanding access to home ownership. We believe in our model, and we know that it's worked well for many buyers. At the same time, again, I may be repeating myself, but the land trust is one of several long-term affordable ownership models. I wanted to provide kind of an update on that, which I have already done. But assisting buyers under 80% AMI to qualify, as Habitat knows, and anybody else that's tried to help low-income buyers qualify for a mortgage, comes with significant challenges and long timelines and complexity. Again, I want to reiterate how important flexibility around the affordability piece is. Obviously, we want affordability to be part of this, but leaving it as flexible as possible is going to help your developer and whoever is carrying out this programming around affordability to actually implement something that gets people housed and doesn't delay this any further. If we want to expand home ownership to low to moderate income buyers, we need a broader range of entry points. That means smaller lots, more attainable price points, different ownership structures, opportunities for incremental development. Hopewell South was perfectly designed for this. We had heard about these designers before they even came to town. They're doing this work across the country and they know what they're talking about, so I just wanted to express my support. This project really matters because it gives us a chance to test new approaches, expand access to ownership, and build a stronger pipeline for attainable housing. It's not about replacing existing models, it's about complementing them. We're not going to figure out what works best in Bloomington unless we try something. I've had several conversations with you all around affordability and others in the last few weeks. or several of you, not with all of you, but if we push too far, we run the risk of making this project financially infeasible or delay it to the point that it doesn't move forward and it has to be abandoned. And I would pose the question, what happens then? Does it get sold? Does it go market? I am sure there is a luxury student housing developer just waiting to get their hands on this property. I don't think any of us want that. That's not to scare you into action, but I want to make that point that this is the best option we've seen on the table. So please, please support it. I'm out of time. Thank you. Great.
Thank you. Next in Council Chambers, and then we'll move to someone online.
Good evening, Mr. President. This is Chris Termsey from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I'm not in the mortgage industry, nor am I in the real estate industry. That's why I listened to the previous two speakers, is because they know what they're talking about. Know what you don't know, and that's one of the caveats I sort of bring, is I kind of listen to them. When we talk about affordability mechanisms, we all in this with the same goal. The questions are the tools. And what we're looking at, if I got my numbers correct, is a project that under R4 would have 28 homes and now going to have 98 homes. That's an average, instead of 425, 270. That's not incremental, that's transformational for working families. This is just the first phase. Let's move and just a density idea of building equity. Equity is not a bad term. Equity builds wealth. This is not the final say on Hopewell. This is just one neighborhood. There is a sort of reputation, perception about Bloomington that we struggle to get projects through the finish line, that we're stuck in process, revisions, trying to solve everything at once. I think we've seen that tonight. We want to move this from concept to reality, and this is just the first step. This is just that South neighborhood. We can do everything else with the LEED certified, the 12-foot sidewalks, the modular homes. We can name one of the streets Misty Woods Boulevard. We can do all of those things in the future. You know, but eventually we just have to get something done, and going from 0 to 1 is the hardest. Going from 1 to 2 is a lot easier to make those changes, where it goes from concept to something that's tangible, that's reality. I mean, I'm looking at, I think, 9 Democrats, and a lot of, here in the room, Democrats or recovering Democrats that I think would know FDR, the New Deal, which tried a lot of things. Nothing to fear but fear itself, and a lot of them didn't work, but it moved forward with some ideas. And if we have the housing crunch, the housing crisis, we're not gonna fiddle for the next few sessions on some of these concepts that we all agree upon. I would just hope that the council that are serious, that really gets the answers and sort of digests some of the things that they're hearing tonight, which is sometimes not what you want to hear. But when you're not in the mortgage industry, when you're not in real estate, this is when the time to listen and sort of reevaluate some of those things. I thank everybody for their time tonight, and I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Next person in chambers, and then we'll move online.
I think in the spirit of naming things, we could probably go with PUD Pond. I think that might be a good idea. But so, all right. My name is Ben Barenko. I'm a freshman at IU. I'm majoring in political science and media. As someone who's going to be a renter in this city, I think I'm pretty invested here, and I want to kind of offer my philosophical perspective just a little bit on the timeline of this development. I won't really speak to last week's postponement. I do really respect the council's decision to want to get this right. I think that's a very noble goal, but as I said, here to offer my perspective as someone who will be a renter in this city for many years to come. I know I don't have to sell you guys on the importance of affordable housing, but what good is housing if it never actually gets developed? I understand that ensuring the permanent affordability of Hopewell is of the utmost importance. However, let's remember that time spent on the approval process is also time spent on the development process. time that people in desperate need of affordable housing can't really afford to lose, and time that could be the difference in keeping a talented IU grad in Bloomington or losing them to a more affordable job market. After hearing and reading some of the comment from last meeting and some of the comment on reasonable condition 4, I really do appreciate the measures of wanting to keep affordability measures flexible. I think that's going to be a very good thing to keep in mind. I think anytime we're talking about housing development, keeping our options open and things flexible really does help with overall affordability. But I would really urge the council not to let an imperfect goal of perfection stand in the way of a successful, efficient project that will give more folks a shot at affording a place to live and be a step in the right direction on the city's path to sustainability and affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move online. Is there anybody online with we'll come back to Chambers, don't worry. Anybody online with a comment? None? Okay. Again, back to Chambers. Mr. Davis?
Hello, my name is Joe Davis. The reasonable condition number 4 does not do enough to address affordability. The whole PUD process here has left out one major thing that makes property ownership and the building of equity easier for those of low incomes. The mayor's has a staff memorandum in the packet number 3, page 27 of 159, from March 2026. First line, affordability in owner-occupied housing must be pursued without undermining the core function of home ownership, which is building equity and long-term economic mobility. Well, 30 years ago, little over 30 years ago, the Indiana Log Cabin Rule was established, which essentially says that any property owner in the entire state of Indiana can build their residence without a building permit. This was upheld by appellate judge Friedlander, ruled in favor in Robinson v. Monroe County, that owners of property can build without a permit. It also applies to accessory structures as well. In the dicta of their ruling, building codes and ordinances may conceivably discourage or impede such individuals from building their own houses. A private individual building his own house may not possess the skills necessary to construct a building which complies with the technical specifications set out in the ordinances. In addition, an individual may not be able to afford to hire professionals or others to build a house. Therefore, exempting a person who wishes to build his own house from the requirements imposed under IC 36783, subsection D, allows that person to build a house, even though they may not possess the skills or equipment to comply with technical specifications, allows him to do so even though he is not able to or to afford to pay others. With this in mind, we consider the meaning of IC 36783, subsection D. We can conceive of only one purpose which could justify allowing a builder to circumvent certain applicable building safety ordinances when he builds a house which he will occupy. In its early stages, this country's frontier was moved westward by pioneers who moved onto the land and built houses made from the materials at hand.
That's your time. Thank you, sir. Other comments?
I've already signed in. Give you a warning, a strong ideological opinion ahead. I would like to respond to the staff memorandum that was sent to you last month from the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development. It appears on page 27. The memo starts by asserting as was just said, the core function of home ownership is building
Rousseau?
equity.
We'll give you back your time, but I just want to ask a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Because we like rules. Is this going to be about reasonable condition 4 specifically?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
Can
And
you give him some time, because I've taken it from him, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
I should preface that by saying,
sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
as not written down, I strongly support Amendment 4 as written, 50%, and I thank Council members Rosenberger and Strasburg for bringing it forward. But the premise in the memo was that the core function of homeownership is building equity. With this premise, the PUD is focused on market rate homeowner equity appreciation, as you've been discussing. But I say the premise is false. The core function of home ownership is stable housing, a situation in which no landlord can uproot your life. The American psychologist Abraham Maslow famously described 5 levels of human needs. The first level of this hierarchy contains physiological needs such as water, food, clothing, and shelter. Meanwhile, the memo further states that real estate equity is, quote, one of the most reliable pathways out of poverty, end quote. But nobody who is currently living in poverty will be buying a house at Hopewell, because this is a project for the aspiring middle class, not those in poverty. The notion that Hopewell has anything to do with poverty reduction is frankly insulting. The RDC is entirely financed by taxes, and I think public money in the form of taxation should be used for the public good. By putting a top priority on private wealth accumulation for home buyers, we are encouraged to view the cumulative effect of turning tax dollars into land grants as a public good. And I can appreciate that argument because I believe that the redistribution of wealth has long been a proper response to the intrinsic inequity of the capitalist system. But how long can this process last? What remains when the source of financial distribution dries up or the beneficiaries move away? If we want to prevent housing from being exploited as just another profitable commodity, then we need to remove it from the ordinary marketplace. And I know a lot of people don't like that, but that's my opinion. Community land trusts are an increasingly popular way to create affordable, owner-occupied housing in perpetuity. In the United States, there were about 200 community land trusts 20 years ago, and now there are more than 300. With the land trust model, the purchase price is automatically reduced by about 1/3 because the land is not included. Summit Hill uses partial ownership equity appreciation. That wasn't mentioned. You're going to be sorry if you give up the land.
And that's your time.
Ran out of time.
Thanks. Thank you. Next person in chambers.
I think it is. Good evening, council members. John Zodi, Executive Director of CDFI Friendly Bloomington. Just in listening to the discussion on that, I'll just ask the council to keep in mind the issue of risk mitigation, right? In the lending community, Councilmember Zulik was asking, about whether a deed restriction in a reasonable condition could be supported. And, as most of you know, I used to be the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the city and worked with folks and programs on home ownership, and then have since moved into the lending community and community development lending, where every day it's my job to connect people with financing. A couple years ago, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York released a study talking about credit access around the United States. And the areas that struggle the most with access to credit are rural areas. And if you look at college towns, they are skewed in a major way. And they haven't quite put their finger on why that is, probably because there's a massive concentration of young people that may have issues with debt, right? But the bottom line is, just ask the council to keep in mind the risk that people face every day if they are trying to get credit and can't. They're trying to get a loan and they can't, whether it's for a home or for a small business. Sometimes that's the same person. And they struggle throughout the cycle of their ownership, business ownership, whatever it may be. And so I just ask us to keep in mind sort of the struggle that they go through. When you look at affordability periods, which can be different, Sometimes you see things on the other side of that affordability period that you didn't anticipate. And I think Councilmember Rosenbarger stated that. You don't always know what's going to happen in 25, 50 years, and you have to do your best to make those decisions. I think that's what Hopewell is all about. Almost 10 years ago, we had a vision as a community for what this was going to be, what we wanted it to be, and the numbers have changed. I talked to some of you personally about what are those affordable housing numbers going to be in Hopewell. Specifically, Councilmember Piedmont Smith and I talked about it because she lives right down the street. So things change, and I think we just have to do our best to keep our eye on those potential homeowners, the risk that they face every day when they go out to try to get access to financing, and what communities like ours struggle, where that comes in. And so that tells us, that points me to say, we need to do everything we can to keep our options open and have as many options on the table to promote affordability and on these 6 acres across the site to whatever extent you can, so that people have that access. And we're keeping our eye on those individuals who need to be homeowners of all different types. This isn't just a low-income problem with access to credit. People struggle with it of all income levels. We've got to create the best option to keep that risk as low as possible for those people and our fellow residents. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? Okay, to our commenter online, take it away. Are you going to?
Yeah, hi, it's, thank you. It's John Fernandez. You know, I've been following this discussion, and honestly, I've been really reluctant to join it. You know, the council has been very supportive of the work that I've been doing at the mill and with the trades district, and I greatly appreciate the support you've given us. The work we do is at the intersection of community and economic development. We know from all the conversations we have with the talent we're trying to retain here or attract here, that attainable housing is a real issue. It's an impediment. And consequently, it stunts the ability of the city to generate the critical growth in local option income tax that we desperately need to sustain and improve the quality of services we deliver in Bloomington. So this is a really important issue for the work we're doing. As I listened to the discussion on this particular reasonable condition, what I've heard is, on the one hand, just tremendous agreement that there's you know, things we can't absolutely know. We need to have flexibility. Some things may work, they may not. None of us can actually foresee exactly what the market's going to do in the future, and we need to be able to adjust. I totally agree with that. In a progressive community, you know, you would think that there would be support for innovation, for trying things, for piloting things, and testing ideas. And we've all said, everything I've heard from folks tonight is that we agree that we need flexibility, but the big caveat is we need flexibility, but we want everything to come back to the city council in the future for approval. And that, so it just seems like the real elephant in the room to me is it's not about policy. It's not about aspirations or even shared ambitions for what we want from Hopewell. It's a trust issue. And the work I've done with the council has been meaningful and very appreciative. People ask great questions, they push us, and it's all right. The work I've done with the administration, particularly with HAND, has been phenomenal. We've got great professionals in that department that have a wealth of experience in housing. Why can't we trust them to do their job? There's reporting requirements. There's ways to do kind of accountability to see how things are going. But it would just be so much smarter, in my opinion, to move forward and try some things and don't make everything condition on coming back to the city council.
Very much. Moving back to is there anybody else online? Moving back to chambers, anybody else like to give a comment on reasonable condition 4? Seeing none, we'll come back to chambers. Is there any more discussion that you'd like to have, or are there any motions? Councilmember Stossberg.
If there's no more discussion, I would move to close discussion on reasonable condition 4.
Second.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that, Clerk Bolden? It's just closed. Thank you. Okay. Any motions?
I'm happy to talk about reasonable conditions. The whole exercise still strikes me as irrelevant if the administration's position on all of them is that they're illegal. Well, there's no compromise that can be had if that's the administration's position, departing from 4 decades at least of city practice and legal guidance, and contradicting our currently contracted council. So I can talk about reasonable conditions. We can talk about what the transportation plan requires, why I think it's bad policy precedent to violate the transportation plan, violate city code, use a PUD to make worse infrastructure than the UDO requires, which is the exact opposite of what a PUD is for. We can talk about all that and what we can do, but what's the point if, I guess the idea that the administration is saying all of this is illegal is completely counter to the opening remarks of the mayor. You can't have both. We can't, work on this together over the next few weeks to find the compromise if they're saying everything that the council is bringing is illegal. Like, seriously, what's the point?
Yeah, thank you.
I invite the mayor to answer that question. I invite anyone to weigh in on that. Like, what are we doing? Why?
Mayor Thompson, if you'd like to answer.
Sure, I think both things can be true. We can work to collaborate on agreements that the RDC may make, and we're open to doing that. That is a different circumstance than the legality of council imposing what our legal counsel has deemed non-reasonable conditions or amendments to what was certified by Plan Commission. So both could be true. And I'll just say, if you do continue talking about reasonable conditions, if it pleases the council, I would suggest bringing any questions forward, perhaps for Chief Kerr that you have tonight, so we don't have to ask him to come to repeated meetings. He's been sitting here for a while at the request of council members to be present.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Stossberg.
I guess in response to Councilmember Flaherty of what is the point, I think at least part of the point is just getting some of the concerns about the language out of the way. So, and also kind of confirming support too, and in terms of what sounds like, could end up being a potentially a legal challenge, or also if the RDC has a meeting on Monday night, potentially hey, RDC, like council seems primed to, do this reasonable condition that we don't think is legal. Would you think that was okay? Because it's like we're jumping, like we don't have to make this a legal battle if the petitioner agrees to the condition. It would only be a legal battle if it's something we want and the petitioner says no.
Councilmember Daley.
Yeah, and I think expanding off of that in a way, I had seen this as an opportunity as an exploration in a way, right? To hear some legal responses to some of these reasonable conditions, to hear from Ms. Thurman, their take on how it affects the project, so that then maybe that is sparking some more conversation saying, okay, maybe what's before us we can't do. But these are the ways that we can change it to actually make it doable in another form, or to find a way to bring these compromises about. So that was my impression of what this exercise was for right now. Kind of a way to see how we can move forward together.
I'll also just add one thing, which is that I'll add a point that we don't all need to vote for this, right? I mean, and we also do have the option of voting it down. So again, and they also have the option of withdrawing, and I think that part of this is to give space for full deliberation so that the RDC can decide whether it wants to move forward as it is. The RDC could say, you know what, like, council doesn't seem like they're going to pass this, and we'd rather just sell the land and let it be 25 houses, right? Or as somebody said, you know, houses, luxury student apartments. I mean, I voted for this already 3 times. I think where I'm at, I agree with all of the. I agree with the position from which we're arguing. I don't think that there's really, you know, I think that the position of we're not allowed to do this is wrong, but I think that to me, at the end of the day, it's like, I would like there to be 98 houses in Hopewell. That is my position. I'd be very happy if we passed permanent affordability and then just passed this tonight. Would be my current position. So, anyways, but I don't know. Just saying it in case anybody else would like to join me in making it happen. Piedmont Smith, and then I saw a response there.
Well, just along the same lines as what Councilmember Flaherty was saying, I think it is important and not to be glossed over that the administration's legal department says that this Common Council is not allowed to do something that we are indeed legally allowed to do and have done for decades. I think that's not a point I take lightly. I mean, I appreciate what the mayor said about, you know, we could have some more discussion sessions in order to come to an understanding on this project. And like Councilmember Asari, I want to see 98 units, not 25 luxury units. But, you know, somebody, I think, during the public comment said, this is a matter of trust. I think it was Mr. Fernandez. Yeah, it's a matter of trust, and I'm losing trust when the legal stance of this administration does not match up with state code. It's very disturbing to me, and it runs counter what the mayor started this evening with about collaboration. I just can't, I mean, yes, I'm going to continue to engage and try to get the best project possible and not say, throw out my hands and say, just build $25 million homes. But I don't want to lose sight of this. This is a problem, and it's going to be a problem longer term if we have a mayoral administration that denies the legal rights and responsibilities of council.
I'm curious, okay, Councilman Frederick, and then I had a question too. Go ahead.
I was going to suggest, I mean, if we can keep talking about reasonable conditions, I'm happy to do that. I do think the larger question is important. If we're, you know, collaborating, compromising, that's a negotiation of sorts. And if one side of the negotiating parties, the other side says, you actually can't do anything though, there's no power in that negotiation. It's just, what do we, by our, you know, grace, grant you with, if anything, or nothing at all, because you can't do anything. So like, it does matter in the context of, I know we want to frame it as, you know, working together, collaboration, compromise, and that's great. I definitely agree, but, you know, that hasn't always been in high supply. Mm-hmm. So I think it's relevant, but we can keep talking about it. We can talk about RC 11 next, about, you know, if we want to draw on Chief Kerr's experience.
But part of the, Councilman Morello, and then I'd like to say something too. Go.
Well, I agree with my colleagues. I think what we've been advised by our legal counsel is that what we're doing is legal, and we've been doing it for some time, and that is the PUD process allows for the council to offer reasonable conditions. I think that what I want to emphasize in my comment is that this is precedent setting. So if we surrender that at this point, then it's probably going to affect future PUDs, and I don't want to do that. I think that this body has positively affected PUDs in the past in a negotiated process to improve PUDs for the public good. And I think that that's been valuable. There's been many, many cases of that. And so to give that up, to surrender that to the experts who don't necessarily, haven't followed city code is something that I'm not willing to do. So I think this debate is important because as much as we discuss it and we hear that, you know, objection that this can't be done, well, it reveals something, I suppose, and I think that process is important.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
And I really share the opinion. First off, that this conversation is critical for the precedent. I also think, as we've established time and time again, that that's very important that council be council. Okay, so no debate on any of that. For a moment, though, if we were to just set aside the very valid conversation about reasonable conditions, the precedent that sets, et cetera. When just looking at the weight of the conditions and thinking about like what we're willing to move, and so just think about amongst ourselves, like regardless of whatever negotiation you want to have with the petitioner, you know, at what stage is, you know, are we okay with 85 homes? Are we okay? Like, where does the cost start to affect our decision making? Or do we all feel some variation of, look, like these are all the things we want, and we don't really care what the impact is. We'd rather, you know, whatever number it ends up with and however much they cost with these outcomes, or is there some line at which we change that opinion? Councilmember Strasburg.
I think that's a really great question, great question, and that's one that I've kind of been thinking about a lot in terms of, you know, like what am I willing to compromise? And that is part of where I want to bring the evidence. I want to go, oh, okay, so, you know, there's a claim that narrowing the lanes would require sprinklers, and sprinklers cost a lot. But, you know, one side says, well, actually sprinklers cost this much, and that's not actually very much. And the other side says, oh, well, they cost a lot more than that. But I don't actually have real numbers about how much sprinklers would cost. And that is just like an example of something where I don't feel like I have enough information to even know where my line is, because so many of these things, it's like, oh, well, you know, then we'd have to have to do this and do this, so we can't possibly do that. And it's like, well, but what if we did? And maybe that's part of what Allie's presentation was that didn't get shown because it didn't get sent to council office by Monday at noon. Just so Allie, so you know, that is council office procedure. That's been council office procedure for months at this point. And every department head, every person who is in the city that has come and presented before should know that. And but yeah, so I can't answer that question right now because I don't feel like I have enough information about it. And part of that is because there has been this stalling on the administration end to just be like, no, you can't do that. That's illegal. We should have had this conversation last week.
Thank you.
But instead, it was, oh, everything's illegal.
Sure. And okay, so just roughly by show of hands, do you all feel the same way that Councilmember Strasburg does? And I'm getting at the question that Councilmember Flaherty asked, a reasonable question. Do we all feel roughly that way? That it's like, well, I can't come to a sense of where my line is because we don't have enough evidence about the weight of these conditions. Just roughly speaking, you don't feel that way. The rest of us feel somewhat like that. Some, whether with different words or not at all. Not at all. You do. Okay. Now,
I'm not sure everybody understands the question.
The question is whether, I mean, because the question on the table is what's the purpose of this practice, right? And a possible answer is that really what we want to do is get to the place where we're able to substantively just deal with, okay, and that may be what we want to do for the next few weeks. And it may well be that there's support amongst council to say, look, I'm not willing to take that cost, and you know, and so we can actually substantively have that conversation, I think is what's on the table. I think, did somebody do you want to say something? Councilmember Rosenbarger and then Councilmember Flaherty.
So I do think it
okay. Councilmember Flaherty and then Councilmember Rosenbarger. Go ahead, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I didn't mind at all. That's fine. So I think we've always, again, 40 years of reasonable conditions, and most of us up here think that they are legal and reasonable.
Yes.
And I think that what I would like to do is proceed and vote on them. I don't see a reason to go offline and do this somewhere else in some other fashion. Like, we are legally allowed to impose reasonable conditions and written commitments, and we can play a hypothetical where, if this is legal, would you collaborate? And if there's collaboration, we collaborate, and if there isn't, I'm good with the conditions as they are.
But the hypothetical is there's not a hypothetical. It's if they withdraw, are we still happy to go forward with the reasonable conditions? If it results in less houses, are we still willing to go forward with reasonable conditions? If it means the house is more expensive, are we still, right? That's the conversation we should be having, not whether or not we can make reasonable conditions. And the question is, are we willing to have that conversation tonight, or do we need more time to have that conversation? And I think Councilmember Strasburg's made the argument that we need more evidence to support that conversation productively.
If I could
Please.
clarify maybe my position, and maybe part of what Councilmember Rosenbarger just said too, even though I'm jumping in front of Councilmember Flaherty, is that by passing reasonable conditions or not passing reasonable conditions, that could actually give guidance around this conversation.
Sure.
It could give guidance to the RDC about discussing it. It could give guidance to the petitioner to go, okay, well, if we expand, if we make the sidewalk width 6, and we do this thing, then it's going to mean this much concrete, it's going to mean this many fewer lots,
Yeah.
and that's what that means, and then that can be brought back. So I guess that's kind of meeting the middle in some ways of going, okay, we're actually going to decide some of these things tonight about what we as a body majority want, because until we actually decide the thing, we can't know what the impact is. And it's probably like a pointless waste of time for the consultant or for staff to like work up all the hypotheticals of like, well, if you make this, then this, and if you make this, then this. And and I do have a few hypotheticals, like if we do this, then I think that we should change the setback on Wiley is one of them, and so that's one of the ways that I feel like I don't want to vote on this as a whole package tonight no matter what, because I think that there's some things that might follow from certain things passing that would make sense and could actually help the project overall.
Yeah.
So.
But if our ambition is then to signal to the RDC, so the RDC, which meets on Monday, can have an informed conversation about how they want to proceed and give some type of response to the general direction, I think that we've already done enough to give a general direction to RDC of 6 of you put out a letter that said very clearly your position on things as an example. So that's a majority of council, right? There's enough for them to respond to. So if that's the point, then I would just suggest that we stop having this conversation, let the RDC have the conversation, and then we continue after that, so that we move from but Councilmember Flaherty.
So I think it could be productive to talk about some of the reasonable conditions and the details. I think what's been a challenge to that is this legal dispute. Normally, because that's never been challenged before by any corporation council, when council members have a reasonable condition, we actually get to engage substantively on them with staff, usually from the outset. Usually when we send a reasonable condition or let them know we're thinking about one, you immediately end up having a conversation about its feasibility, practicality, how it can work. Staff might end up not agreeing with it. We've certainly had that. Sometimes they do end up agreeing with it, and council can make an informed decision about what they want to do based on that.
Agreed.
And I think we've had weeks of delay because the administration has not taken that past practice of engaging us on the actual details.
Sure.
And in particular, planning and transportation staff. They are the folks that do zoning code. They've been largely absent from this process, and they had all sorts of recommendations in the first Plan Commission hearing, for instance, that were not taken up before the second Plan Commission hearing, and the recommendations all disappeared. That's interesting. Some of those recommendations are consistent with the reasonable conditions I've brought. We can talk about those. We could talk about a 10-foot sidewalk on Rogers, how that's what's required in the transportation plan, required with any subdivision. This is a subdivision. Tree plot sidewalks. So we can talk about those things, and I think it's probably productive to do so. And I'm happy to talk about the RC11 specifically right now about fire code and lane widths at the mayor's suggestion, because Chief Kerr is here with us. And so, yeah, I think we can have some productive conversation, but through this discussion over the last 20 minutes, I think I'm realizing that the difficulty in getting the information we need to make the informed choices is what has gotten us here. And so maybe we can have some of that conversation now.
Yeah, fair point. Okay, and then everybody feels comfortable continuing with that in mind? Okay, and so please, Councilmember Zulik.
Given that it's 10 and the fire chief has sat here for the past 3.5 hours, can we discuss the reasonable conditions that would relate to?
I believe that's what was
That's what I just asked.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Councilmember Flaherty,
Sure.
you want to?
Yeah, I'm happy to provide some context. So in general, so RC, I would say 8, 9, 10, and 11. 8 and 9 concerned sidewalk widths, 10 concerns tree plots. There were a few misstatements from Ms. Thurman that were referring to a prior version of reasonable conditions. I did update them based on some limited feedback for round 2. And then RC 11 has to do with narrowing the lane or alleys width. And the broader goal of those collectively is to follow the UDO requirements and follow the transportation plan for subdivisions. When you make a subdivision in the UDO, you are required to follow the transportation plan. The transportation plan has certain street design elements, like a tree plot, like a 6-foot sidewalk. We don't make substandard sidewalks that are monolithic anymore. We don't we don't not include tree plots. And I think the thing that does need to change about the transportation plan, and I will be getting to the fire piece, I'm just explaining the context. The thing that needs to change about the transportation plan is the ability to modulate the right-of-way dedication to match the street design elements, and in particular, whether or not you have parking, because that's actually an optional piece to include. And so we do need to improve that and have the ability to shift the right-of-way dedication. But I think deviating from the transportation plan in that way is not justification for not following the design standards around green infrastructure and pedestrian accessibility and safety, and so and just quality. So my at the outset, I was like, I want to follow the transportation plan. I think it's a very, very bad precedent for the city to choose not to follow its own transportation plan and the UDO subdivision standards when it wants to develop, but to require every other developer ever to follow it. So, starting with that premise in mind, I was looking at trade-offs, essentially. You add a tree plot on Wiley where one is not planned. You make sidewalk width 6 feet instead of 5 feet. And you lose about 7 feet in the north-south cross-section of Block 9. Obviously, you can tell from the design, the intent is to maximize the number of homes, the number of lots. I think that's great. Those are changes I have previously developed policy around in a former resolution, now brought back again to apply system-wide as a market solution. So I very much support that. I'm in line with the mayor's goal. A lot of homes, small homes, modest homes. So the question then was, can we both meet the transportation plan, which should have been a design constraint at the outset? We should have said, first things first, we follow the UDO, we meet subdivision standards, we follow the transportation plan. And then, what can we fit? Unfortunately, that's not the path that was taken. I imagine staff probably advocated for that because I know they know these plans well too. But that's not where we are. And so trying to still accommodate all the lots that we have or that are planned as the PUD was submitted, the obvious way to be able to do that is to figure out a way around having very large alleys. 20-foot alleys are very large for the residential context. There's almost no precedent of that, certainly in the older gridded part of Bloomington. And so that was the motivation of the RC number 11, which would initially, as proposed, would have narrowed lanes to 12 feet and then was increased to 15 feet here. The space you gain by doing that more than offsets the space you lose from meeting the transportation plan on sidewalks and tree plot. The challenge you run into, as noted, is that there is a fire code requirement for 20 feet of clearance. And so the questions are really about, is this necessary as a fire apparatus access road, which is a fire code requirement, and are there exceptions to the 20-foot clearance? And there are, and so I, through legal research, identified some of those, talked to our legal counsel about it, and submitted some questions to Chief Kerr just yesterday, because I was still conducting this research to identify those exceptions. Chief Kerr did share one portion of the fire code with me last week, which I appreciate, but there are other portions that name these exceptions that I didn't know about until literally yesterday. So there's an exception that you don't have to meet the 20-foot width requirement if you have automatic sprinkler systems installed. That's one thing, as I understand it. Again, I'll invite Chief to the podium here in a moment to give responses and weigh in. Another exception, as I understand it, is, and I would again invite correction on these if I'm misunderstanding them, but the next part, as I understand it, is the fire access road needs to get within 150 feet of all of the exterior surfaces of a structure. That makes sense. There's often a building that's, taking up maybe half a block, and you need to be able to reach the back of it. And so in this case, I was wondering if the fire access roads of First Street, Wiley Street, Jackson Street, and Fairview would all already be within 150 feet of all of the buildings, in which case the alleys would not need to function as fire access roads at all because you'd already have code-compliant fire access roads. So that's a second kind of possibility or question that might allow us to achieve the goal of reducing the lane size and maximizing space for developable land. And the third question is another approach that would be for the east-west, and Block 9 is where this is all the most relevant, by the way. So Block 8 actually could be more flexible. We could keep the 20-foot width in Block 8. I don't think it's great urban form, but if that's the best solution, we could do it. I'm sorry, Block 10. I meant Block 10. The small block, the half block, Block 10, we could keep the 20-foot lane if that's necessary, because it's not the same space constraints that I'm describing by following the transportation plan in Block 9. So back to Block 9, the third option is if there's an east-west pedestrian, street frontage, if we actually made that like something like the B line, like a wide multi-use path, like the standards for a suburban connector street or something, that's 12 feet wide. Wide enough, certainly, for a fire truck to drive on. We've used mountable curbs that are reinforced in other contexts, and essentially you would allow that as the fire access road. You would have fire trucks be able to drive onto the central pedestrian plaza, and you would no longer be using the alleys as the fire access road for the buildings that front on the central pedestrian path, east-westbound. So those are three creative solutions, all of which have been used in Bloomington to some degree. South Dunn Street has, PUD used the sprinklers to make a narrower street front. We have, as I understand it, I spoke to Jason Moore, by the way. I called former Fire Chief Jason Moore last night to talk about all this because he was Fire Chief for 8 years and knows a lot about it. So some of this is informed by his input as well. We've used the 150-foot rule, as I understand it, in the Kirkwood closure as part of the fire safety plan for that. When we close Kirkwood and have bollards there, all of the buildings are still within 150 feet of a fire truck crossing the cross streets. And then, there's other examples where we don't have the 20-foot clearance, like streets with a median, for instance, where we have mountable curbs that allow for the fire apparatus mobility that's needed. And so, basically, I want to have a conversation about those options. What's feasible, what's not, why, what the costs are. Former Fire Chief Moore did quote to me last night, $1 to $2 a square foot for automatic sprinkler systems. That's also the same figure I found from the National Sprinkler Safety Association, I think. I might be getting the acronym wrong. I've also heard preliminarily feedback from staff that they think those numbers are all wrong, and there's lots of requirements locally that make that not true. That might be right. I don't know. We got to talk about it. So those are three creative options, all aimed at letting us follow the transportation plan, subdivision requirements of the UDO, without losing any lots. So those are my twin goals. That was a lot of preliminary. So let's talk about it. Chief Kerr, I would love to hear from you if you're willing to share. If you're, I'm happy to answer questions too if you have questions for me. But I'd love to hear more about those three possibilities, the viability of them, cost associated, challenges, those kind of things.
Thank you so much. Chief Kerr, take it away.
Roger Kerr, Chief of Fire Department. You'll probably have to help me. You'll have to go back through these a little bit because I know there's three things. When we had an email a little bit, and I think I answered some of them. The first one is with the, obviously the fire code is 20 foot wide. That's what it says. There is some exceptions. You're correct. The 150 feet, if you go to, and I'll just be the first to tell you, I'm not the code expert in my department, so I've relied on my staff to help me work through this. The term, the 150 feet is not a straight line. As it says in the other parts of that code, that it's how you would lay out a hose. So you can't just draw a straight line. You have to take in consideration, you might have to go around a building, go around a fence, some of that stuff. So that takes that in consideration as well. Also the sprinkler thing, it says that to meet that specification, it has to be a monitored system, which means then it has to be monitored. So you have to have a dedicated alarm system with a, well, at least the way I understand it, then with a phone line and that kind of thing, where it had to be monitored 24/7. The only drawback I do see to that is once the house is done and it becomes a private dwelling, then we have no ability to make sure that that is maintained, because we don't inspect private homes. So once it got permitted, we would have no way to know whether the sprinkler system was still functioning or not, because it's not in our purview to go do. And then help me on the third, if you would.
The third was about whether or not we could design the central pedestrian path essentially as like a street that's closed to cars, or a like the B line. I've seen the fire trucks use the B line from time to time, or at least once. But yeah.
Yeah. I think there's some options there. There's some things that's happened before. I can think back to the out on the IU campus. They wanted to get to one of their buildings, it had to be 20 foot wide. They didn't want it to be a 20 foot wide sidewalk. So they made the sidewalk, I think it was 10, and then they put some permeable pavers that would hold the weight of our apparatus off to the side that the grass grew up through. So I think there is some options that, still allow us to get the access, but maybe doesn't make it, look like it's a 20 foot wide road. I'll put it that way.
Gotcha.
And as far as cost of sprinklers and that, I have absolutely no idea what it costs to do, like a sprinkler.
Maybe one follow-up on the sprinklers, and then I appreciate that, if there's additional requirements, that adds cost and complexity on the sprinklers. I am curious, though, about South Dunn Street's PUD, and it seems like the same basic question or situation. Did code change, or is there a difference there, why they were able to do sprinklers, or do they face the same challenges, and how are they navigating them?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look and see what the code was when that was done. Obviously, the state code changes over time, and I don't know what that was built under right off the top of my head, and compare it to what it is right now. We could go back and kind of do some research and find out if there was something different. I think off my top of my head down there, the biggest thing is the way the houses are. Most of them face Dunn Street, and so a difference in, kind of where they empty out to, so that most of the houses aren't 150 feet deep, so you can get to them with the hose. And so they probably have more of a residential sprinkler system, because they fall within, probably don't meet the 150 feet. But I'd have to go back and look and see what code was then to tell you exactly.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up about the idea about the pedestrian path being converted into something big enough. So for it to be official, there would have to be 20 feet somehow still in terms of your tires, et cetera. And the IU solved this by putting permeable pavers in that were strong enough, but grass could grow up. So so somebody maybe walking on that sidewalk wouldn't necessarily realize
Correct.
that it was an extra wide.
And yes.
Interesting. Okay, thanks.
And what it boils down to is, it says it has to be for our biggest apparatus, which is our ladder truck. And so to set the ladder truck up, the outriggers go out between 18.5 and 19 feet. So you have to have that much space, and it can't sit on grass because it could, or dirt, because it could sink into it. So I'd have to go back and check with IU. I know it just in my mind, that was one of the conditions we did out there, that they made it so that our outriggers could still go out. It would still support the weight of our apparatus, but it didn't appear to be a 20-foot wide, paved road.
Follow-up question, if that's okay. Is it relevant at all that, I don't know, I'm assuming that ladder truck and that need for outriggers has to do with going vertical?
Yes.
It seems to me like this residential development would not probably require that type of service. I know the code is about your biggest apparatus,
right?
From a clearance standpoint, but from a practicality standpoint, I guess,
I would say that's probably fairly accurate. I mean, in a residential neighborhood, obviously we don't set the ladder truck up as much. Obviously, it becomes on what size of house is in there and what kind of pitch on the roof would be. Having done this, it's not much fun to standing on a 12-12 pitch roof and trying to cut a hole in it if it's on fire. You'd rather work off a platform. if their house is only 1 story tall, it's a whole difference than if it's a 3-story house or something. So there is some, some give and take there, I think.
Thanks.
Councilmember Strasburg?
Just as a follow-up to that, is there give and take in the code? Or does the code strictly make you do the tallest apparatus or the biggest apparatus, or is it more like, I guess you just said that you're not the code expert. I guess I'm just trying to figure out.
Well, I think the way I understand it is it's in fire code. We have the ability to make provisions in that at the local level.
Oh, okay. So we could at the local level, like you could, get together and figure out, okay, what is the tallest, steepest roofed kind of thing, and what kind of truck would we need to handle that?
Yes.
And that could, so then there's some potential that we wouldn't actually need the full 20 feet, is that we could need less than that, but it depends on some more details that.
Yeah, we'd have to work through the kind of how it was going to be laid out, yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Council, just a quick question. Would anybody be opposed to us allowing our legal counsel that we're paying hourly to go home now? Do you feel like you're going to need more legal questions?
I think I'm okay with that too.
Yes? Any opposition? All right. Grateful to the folks from Quinn, and thank you. If there's any parting notes you'd like to give us before you leave.
No, I guess the one thing is, I would just note that we did have a substantive conversation with the city today, and with on behalf of the RDC, and they do believe that there is a lot. I think that there's a difference on the line as far as what the reasonable conditions are, but that it's not that they don't believe that the council can impose legal conditions, reasonable conditions at all, right? So some collaboration, I think, is possible to have with the city before this is all said and done. And so I guess I would encourage councilors in that regard.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Shaw, for being here. Thank you both so much.
Right, thanks.
Okay, back to the line of questioning. I'm so sorry. Councilmember Flaherty, go ahead.
Well, one other thing I did want to mention also for my colleagues is that Director Wason and I had a conversation today, because this is also relevant to sanitation, or could be, and also for alley maintenance. And he said that, and as you probably noticed in the site plans, I think it's intended that trash collection will be at designated sites and not be conducted on this alley. And so he didn't anticipate sanitation vehicles using the alley, but they would be responsible for maintaining it. So when it comes to access issues, I think we are talking primarily about fire apparatus, which is also the driver from code anyway. I guess I'm curious I thought the most elegant solution here probably would be to emphasize the central pedestrian corridor as a more of a real plaza like the Beeline. And I appreciate that there's other precedent in Bloomington with IU of figuring that out in a way that isn't just 20 feet of pavement. You said it seems like that could be possible with the mountable curbs on like Jackson and Fairview. That would definitely get you the access, to all the homes, at least in Block 9. Again, I think Block 10, we could end up leaving maybe the 20-foot alley if that's what's necessary. But any additional thoughts or concerns or questions we would need to answer to see if that's actually feasible?
I think it's like anything. I think we can sit down and talk about it and see how, and draw it out and see if we can get the 150 feet and all that, and see about it. My only concern, I guess, from a point would be, whatever we do here, somebody else is going to come back to my staff and go, well, you did it here. Can we please do it for me or for here? And so just keep that in mind. We face that all the time. Well, we'd like to do this and we'd like to do that. And sometimes our staff has to be the one that says, sorry, no, we don't want that. So just be aware that if we give something here, somebody's going to ask us to give it again, probably somewhere else. So it makes it tough on staff to try to pick that, to pick out when and when not to give that. So that's my only thing.
100%.
Thank you. Councilmember Daly has a question, and then Councilmember Rowell, and then we'll come back.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and all your patience this evening. So you might not know the answer to this, and this might actually be a better question for Ms. Thurman, who may also not know the answer to this, but if we're talking about like the mountable curbs, how realistically feasible would that be, like financially? Do you have any idea if that's like putting a lot more money in it, or if it's like, no, it's just a little more, pavement or
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
reinforcement? Okay.
Unless Ms. Thurman, I imagine Ms. Thurman has like a broader response to, so maybe we can go to Councilmember Rallo, and then I know Councilmember Flaherty had a handful more questions, but then we can go to we'll go to Councilmember Rallo, to Ms. Thurman, then back to Councilmember Flaherty. Oh, you're done. Oh, wow. Okay, rather, so.
I have no question.
So you just had your hand up. I was admiring it.
Oh.
Okay, Ms. Thurman, if you'd like to offer a response. Thank you, Chief Kerr.
Thank you, Chief Kerr, and I'll weigh in on a lot of the fire code specifics here as a person who is deeply involved in fire code all day, every day. And I'll give the feedback. Fire code and fire access routes are one of the least flexible codes we've ever come across. Typically, they're passed at the state level, so typically the state fire marshal has to weigh in. There's often local jurisdictional control that can make variations. Typically, those variations are only to make things more strict based on specific fire safety concerns in a specific location. I have never seen the 20-foot fire access route with 150-foot max pull varied in my 25-year career. Never one time in any state have I ever seen anyone, a fire marshal, sign off on that. So if this is done here, it would be a national first that I think would get articles written about it, because it's considered among designers to be one of the least flexible codes that is just you have to work around. And so the site really is designed around that. Part of the limitation here is we're pretty set because of the building in Block 8 and Jackson's tie into the north. And we're pretty set on our existing Fairview line. And so the Block 9's dimensions are set. And the overall dimensions of Block 9 are just north of 400 by just north of 400. And so there's not a way in shorthand, even a straight line pulled from our outer boundaries of First, Jackson, Wiley, and Fairview is more than 150. We can't get a 150-foot pull from that outer range of roads, which means we need at least one fire access route through the middle of the site. We also need car circulation somewhere within the middle of the site. And so the decision was made early on to prioritize the Central Walk as a green infrastructure pedestrian way. That rather than being a plaza, it was about water quality and planting, and it was our soft green infrastructure. And so a lot of the concerns about, can we widen that sidewalk to 8 feet or to 10 feet or to 20 feet, we really negatively impact our green infrastructure, and we will need to remove, to be able to put that somewhere else if we do add a lot more paving there. The lanes themselves, right, so conceptually, yes, you could have one fire access route in the middle instead of two that are split. But because we need to put infrastructure, water, sewer, underground electric into the lanes, the width of those lanes can't really get narrower, and we couldn't catch feet by narrowing those. Because of infrastructure requirements. And we wouldn't be able to, because of turning radius needs of the cars into driveways, it can't really be narrower. Even if it's overall 16 feet, the driveways are just extending to meet it. And so a lot of that width still ends up paved, is the short answer there. That we could make it narrower in pavement, but we wouldn't catch we wouldn't save all of that. We would still have quite a bit of runoff, and then we would lose our green infrastructure area. We don't need so there are two different kinds of fire access routes, as you guys are referencing, for two different heights of buildings. So a typical fire access route is 20 feet of paved drivable width that can support a 75,000-pound vehicle. The outriggers are not required as part of that. That fire code is actually based around being able to pass a second fire truck in an emergency and being able to have access to all of the components on the side of the truck to be able to get hoses out and ladders off and access the truck for response. The wider, if you have an eave over 30 feet, you have to have aerial access, and an aerial access route is 26 feet wide. So we're not providing aerial access within the neighborhood. We have all of our eaves under 30 feet so that we don't need that. But you are correct as well that if we can't get the fire access route, fire sprinklers are an allowable kind of backup to that is approvable. The Dunn Street project, the big difference in, why were they able to make fire sprinklers work on Dunn Street, but we're saying we can't make it work here. The Dunn Street houses, to my knowledge, sold for, $800,000 for an 1,800 square foot house. And so the cost increase of adding a fire sprinkler was worth it at that price point. We are trying very hard to be at a different price point. To run you through the costs, as a person who puts a lot of sprinklers in buildings, I'm very familiar with all of the different components required. That $1 to $2 that gets quoted is from the sprinkler lobby, and so it gets republished a lot. It's been given in a lot of presentations, and so it's in a lot of places. That was in 2020 for the new 13R system, which is the smallest, easiest system that you can put in. It's put in duplexes and single-family homes. That is just the pricing in 2020 for the pipes and sprinkler heads, assuming a 2,000 to 2,500 square foot house. They were saying that your sprinkler heads and pipes, just the materials, would be about $5,000 for a normal family size house. So I think we can say too, if we take our smallest plan, there's a lot of the components that go into fire sprinklers that are not sized with the house. Right, so you need a backflow prevention, an RPZ. That costs $700. It only comes in one size. You need one. You have labor minimums that you can't get a plumber to come out, for a $500 job. As anybody who's ever needed a repair at their house can relate to, something really small, there's a minimum service charge to just get somebody to show up. And the same is true in construction. You've got design and permits and inspections. You typically need a separate meter, a separate water tap, a separate trench, because it has to have, even the smallest one on domestic service requires its own system. So the smallest sprinkler system I've ever put into a unit, the cheapest system per unit that we've ever put in our firm is about $7,000 a unit. With all of those things incorporated, your labor, your materials, all of your RPZ, your installation, inspections, it has to get tested. And so in our smallest houses, even assuming that we got the cheapest version, we got great quantity pricing, everything went really well, because I'll also say I've personally put some systems into buildings that were retrofits that were $20,000 to $30,000 per unit. And so even if we assume all the way at the cheapest version that all of them are the cheapest version, even the bigger houses, we would end up with $700,000 to $1 million in extra construction costs to add fire sprinklers, because we have 98 units times $7,000. And so, we're talking a lot of money to add fire sprinklers. The thing that we also see, one of the other questions that I saw embedded in that email was whether or not there were insurance savings that were offset. Yes, we spend more on fire sprinklers, but are homeowners getting lower insurance rates long term? Is there some financial benefit there? We are typically nationally seeing the opposite. Insurance companies are typically paying out more cost in loss from sprinkler discharge than they are from fires. And so we are typically seeing insurance rates be higher in buildings with fire sprinklers. We are seeing accidental discharge from a head gets hit, and it discharges, and you're flooding a house with water. And so there's typically a really expensive loss related to that. The thing that we're seeing more often, especially in all electric buildings, is power goes out in a winter storm, in a deep freeze. You don't have heat in the building. Instead of just having plumbing, at your kitchen sink, and in a bathroom, it's a couple walls, maybe one ceiling that need to be, if your pipes freeze, need to be taken out to replace those. You have now water pipes in every single wall and ceiling in your house. And so we are seeing complete loss on buildings that are freezing due to power loss. We've had 2 buildings that we have worked on that have, within 5 years of new construction, been gutted to the studs because of a fire sprinkler freezing. And so there are a lot of insurance downsides to moving to fire sprinklers rather than providing fire access routes. I can answer any other questions you might have about fire code or fire sprinklers to whatever detail level you would like me to.
Councilmember Stassberg?
There was a lot of information there, and I think sometimes it might be easier to give smaller chunks of information at one time instead of putting it all out there in that way. Because right now, the thing that I have to latch onto in the end is that you just gave a really big number for sprinklers, assuming that every single one of those 98 homes would need a sprinkler. And that's just not accurate. Every single one of those 98 homes would not need a sprinkler system. Councilmember Flaherty just said probably with this we could exclude that lane in Block 10, which means none of those would need a sprinkler system. We have the 150 feet, which means, actually, no, second, we have homes along Wiley Street and along First Street. None of those would be a sprinkler, would need a sprinkler. Yes, and Jackson and Fairview. And then we have the 150 feet, which means we're looking at very few places, I think, very few actual dwelling units that would need a sprinkler. So I'm a little bit frustrated by the way that was just presented. I think that it was kind of a deceiving number to throw out there. Secondly, I think that some of the things that you said, it feels like they were directly in conflict with what our chief of fire told us about his knowledge and understanding of fire code and the fire experience and the experience here in Bloomington, Indiana. And I'm looking at him right now trying to remember how long he's been a firefighter or in a position of authority in the Bloomington Fire Department, but it's been a long time. So I respect his experience in this town a whole lot. Thank you.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, I heard some contradictory information there and some assumptions that I think are incorrect, but it doesn't, I think it's illustrative perhaps of the type of, information, how the information gathering is going. I'll say I can't feel like I always am getting, whatever, I'll move on. I think there are options. Some of them might require design changes, and nothing's, this isn't fully platted. There are other things that can change. I think those are trade-offs. Those are things we can think about and do or not do. I think we all find it frustrating that things like the transportation plan and the subdivision standards were not followed, and that has caused a lot of delay. I wish we weren't here having these conversations. I would have approved it long ago if we would have met the UDO and met the transportation plan. I would have had no problems. But we haven't. In fact, the PUD as submitted still isn't code compliant because it doesn't meet the affordability requirements. That was never told to the Plan Commission. I was the one, and Hopi independently, actually both of us, literally surfaced that through this process. So let's not pretend it came to us code compliant, which is another thing Ms. Thurman said in her opening remarks. It's not true. We can look at a redesign for using the Central Plaza as a 12-foot paved, beeline trail-esque type of thing, a multi-use path. It might entail some other design changes around green infrastructure. If that's too much going back to the drawing board, I would say just we can talk about then the trade-offs involved in, remember this was premised, the fire piece was premised by trying to make up for space you would lose to following the transportation plan as a design constraint on the whole site with respect to pedestrian infrastructure and tree plots. And so if we required a 6-foot sidewalk minimum throughout the entire site, and required tree plot on Wiley, since this is a subdivision, and that's what the UDO requires. I'm looking at the drawings. It seems to me like you could actually just do a slightly smaller version from the catalog of any number of those homes that are on Wiley in Block 9. The Trilliums in combo might not be able to do all three, I'm not sure. It seems to me like maybe you lose 1, 2 homes by following the transportation plan. And maybe they need to be different homes than the ones that are, not the sassafras, but, a Winslow instead, or so on. So if those are the better trade-offs, and we don't want to revisit, we don't want to invite the complexity of the fire question or a redesign that involves using a multi-use path as the fire access road, that's certainly something we can do, and we can move on from the I don't know, I guess the question is, do we have enough info that we want about the fire piece?
I have a question. Thank you all so much. Ms. Thurman, a question for you. And first, I'll say apologies because, I mean, frankly, we have a custom on this council that over many years has been established that we speak to people in ways that we wouldn't particularly enjoy if we spoke to others, and so I'm very sorry about that. I mean, and I do mean that. And I'll say exactly why. If I had said to Councilmember Strasburg, you know, generally, when I speak to people, this is how I would speak to them. I don't think so. Please excuse our hostility. I do think that the questions are valid, all the same. But with that said, despite the fact that I play an expert on TV. I have no idea what most of the things you said meant, and so question about the question that Councilmember Flaherty has put forward, the core question of whether or not when we change the width of the alleyways, whether that results, what is the cost of that aside from the sprinkler question, the question of how many houses are built, like does that pencil? And I wasn't quite understanding the aerial and the we're fixed on 9. And I didn't quite get all of that, so can you help me understand just in very simple terms what the effect of whether or not his assertion that changing from one side the other side, if those actually are equal, and help me understand in a simple way that they are or they're not.
I think the simplest version of that question that I'm understanding is if the lane is smaller, can we shift things apart to get more space in the central street, or to get additional width for sidewalks. And let's touch at some point on the transportation plan, because I know we keep saying out loud this doesn't meet the transportation plan. I would love to at some point have that discussion of it absolutely does. The transportation plan has exact verbiage that this does meet, and I'd love to talk about that when you guys are ready. But I think the first question is, do we get to 6 feet and 6 feet if we make those lanes narrower? And the short answer is no, because they have to be that width, even if we don't pave them for utilities, is probably the shortest answer of that. And then I'll call out too, the only place that we have a monolithic sidewalk is on Wiley. And the reason that we are leaving the space.
Utilities, you mean what? All utilities, water? You mean what do you mean specifically?
Electric, sewer, and those show up in our exhibits in your packet in our street sections, or at least they did in an early version. They may have come out so that they weren't fixed, that's the only place they were going. But we were showing how those work underneath that 20-foot alley. So those are serving those homes in the middle section.
And then the question that we could move some of the house designs around as the other creative approach here. Does that pencil?
We could rearrange house plans, and we did. I think we did almost 15 versions of rearranging and tetrising, and how many units do we get, and then what is that unit mix? That there's a goal as well, that there's a % of 3 beds and a % of 2 beds and a % of 1 beds and a full range of price points. And so it absolutely could be rearranged further to move things around. But I think the short answer is the width of the lane for infrastructure reasons likely has to be what it is. And so narrowing the pavement is unlikely to help solve the overall Tetris geometry problem.
Okay, and so am I correct in saying that it is possible to do this, but outside of the sprinkler question, there would be some type of an implication for the number of houses that can be built?
Yes, and that we
do you have a rough estimate?
The lane shortening solves our north-south problem, but our more pinched direction is actually east-west.
Can you explain that? Sorry, I don't understand that.
So First Street is already built out and has quite a bit of right-of-way. And so, on our north block. And I think, too, I'll ask as well, I believe we could be looking at exhibits that are in the PUD as those are in your packet. which might be helpful. So if we would like to look at graphics, I think things that are in the packet in the PUD might be reasonable. But
I'll leave that to my colleagues to decide if it would be useful. But yeah. All right, Councilmember Strasburg.
I want to ask the general question, which I don't think that can get handled tonight, but the general question is what's stopping those utilities from going in the green space in the middle as opposed to in the lanes in terms of needing that kind of 20 feet of right-of-way? And the second thing that I want to make sure to put on people's radar, which I kind of alluded to earlier, is that this whole thing has 0-foot front setbacks for dwelling units, except for along Wiley. And along Wiley, there is a 12-foot setback for a front setback. And I'll tell you, the reason for that is because at the Plan Commission in January, it was a 0-foot setback. And I drove down Wiley and I went, oh my goodness, can you imagine the houses, if anybody's familiar with it, are kind of typical like R3, R4 houses on the south side of Wiley, road, sidewalk, building, with no green space at all. And I was thinking to myself, there's no neighborhood transition there that would put this very this appearance of real separation between these two sides of the street when really we want them to be one neighborhood. And I said, we need some kind of setback there, something. And what got added was a 12-foot setback. I'm not attached to that 12-foot setback. We want to make that a 5-foot setback and then put in a proper sidewalk and a proper tree plot or whatever it needs to be. That's fine, because that would still meet my goal of that 12-foot setback of getting some getting some unity neighborhood transition between the houses that are existing and these new houses going in, so that the whole place can feel like one neighborhood. Because I think that that's really important. And I think the visual effect is important in that. And that's what I was referring to earlier. Hey, let's put that a piece of this puzzle in terms of Councilmember Flaherty's. I don't think that's so much number 11 as it is number, I can't remember anymore which one addresses Wiley's monolithic sidewalk. But while we're talking about redesign. And then the other thing that I want to just make sure to say in general about this conversation about the infrastructure piece is that part of what I seem to hear is okay, so we can skimp on this infrastructure of sidewalks and tree plots so that then we can make housing really affordable and lots of it. So then I have to go so are we okay with the poorer people living in a place with crappier sidewalks? And that feels kind of interesting. And so then it's okay, because then you're compromising something. And I just saw, a member of our administration go like this, and it's well, that's a real question right now, because, it got described to me as the transportation plan is the gold standard. So are we okay with delegating certain parts of our population to be well, you don't deserve the gold standard because we need to make it cheap enough for you? And so that's that compromise that Councilmember Asari, referred to earlier, is what are we willing to kind of compromise and do? And that's just, I'm not making a judgment on that right now. I'm just bringing it up as a question.
I'll answer that question since I think that's probably directed at me. We really intentionally preference smaller sidewalks, and in all of our neighborhoods, not only affordable housing neighborhoods. And so we think that there has been broadly a real bloating of rights of way generally, and there's quite a bit of strong towns support to that doesn't always benefit places, that you've got lots of historic neighborhoods that are the most expensive houses in your town that have monolithic sidewalks, that have 4-foot sidewalks. You've got incredibly beautiful historic neighborhoods throughout America that are very high-end neighborhoods that are a 4-foot or 5-foot sidewalk. And that is preferential, that a 6-foot tree plot and a 6-foot sidewalk tends to be a much more suburban subdivision greenfield pattern that is not common in a lot of our historic districts, and that creates quite a bit of additional cost on stormwater, that a 6-foot sidewalk is 20% wider than a 5-foot sidewalk. Expanding that over your entire town is a 20% increase in the amount of concrete that you need to maintain and the amount of runoff that you need to manage without great benefits, overall that are hugely impactful to people's lives. And so that is really a design, decision that we've made that is consistent throughout our work, that is not tied to saying that we think that the residents of this house, don't deserve the best. We do our best to design really beautiful, dignified housing with really great infrastructure and walkable communities at all price points.
Councilmember Flaherty had a thing, and then Councilmember Rallo.
That was really helpful, because I think what's becoming, I'm aware of the clause being cited, page 25 of the transportation plan, to justify monolithic sidewalks and to justify sidewalks that are a smaller width than we allow. I've also talked to staff many times about the transportation plan, and that's not the correct interpretation. I want to hear from Director Hiddle if we're going to talk about the transportation plan, if we're going to talk about zoning rules generally, about how things are administered, how the UDO works. We haven't heard from Director Hiddle once. If we're going to have a conversation about those things, that's the person to talk to. And I think what was also helpful about that is that putting smaller sidewalks in all of their work, I'm assuming that's Flintlock Lab, we're actually hearing opinions that are an opinion about design that are counter to the policies of the city of Bloomington. And I think that was so illustrative, or illuminating for me rather, that that's actually a lot of the source of the problem here, is that our city plans and our city goals and the UDO requirements and the recommendations of staff weren't followed, and instead we followed the recommendations of a consultant, which is okay. I'm not saying that, we're not entitled to our opinions and we can have those views, but they are counter to our city goals and policies and code and plans. And that's, I think, actually where we're running into so much trouble here. The fire piece, I think, if it's too expensive and too complicated, I think what I was saying is that we can meet code, we can meet the transportation plan on Wiley Street. When you have a subdivision, you do need to meet the transportation plan facilities. That's very clear in the UDO, and it's very clear in the transportation plan. So we can do that on Wiley Street. We can have a 5-foot tree plot, a 6-foot sidewalk, and I think you probably end up either losing no homes or maybe 2 homes from what is planned right now. And you might have to switch the home type in a few of those lots.
Thank you.
So I don't know. I mean, I feel like we can move on from the fire question, personally, unless anybody else feels like they want to. We can talk about additional reasonable conditions or passing them or whatever we want to do.
Yep. Thank you so much, Councilmember Flaherty. Councilmember Rosenberg, Councilmember Rallo had already been called, and then Councilmember Rosenberg. Go ahead.
It's just a brief question, and that is that it sounds like from your presentation that you decided to deviate from the transportation plan from the onset. Is that correct?
This has been something that we've discussed at length with planning and with transportation and with legal. The transportation plan doesn't say you are allowed to maintain existing streets. The transportation plan says very clearly on page 25 that existing streets shall not be required to conform to these cross sections. And so, yes, that is being interpreted to mean the opposite of what it says, but that is legal past ordinance. And so Wiley is following the transportation plan in not being required to match the new street section, which is being proposed for tree preservation. There's an existing row of relatively nice trees along Wiley Street that provide quite a green edge and existing character to that street that those neighbors are used to. And so keeping the sidewalk in place where it is currently shown, which is in line with the transportation plan, and with national best practices, also maintains quite a bit of tree preservation. The added setback was added as part of Plan Commission, but the homes were not moved. They were held at that line from the beginning design, promoting tree preservation along Wiley to minimize impacts for the neighbors across the street as the construction comes through. I think it's also important to note that the city of Bloomington hired us because their current codes and plans allowed for 28 homes. And so it was stated up front that 28 homes at the price that 28 homes would need to be charged was not a good fit for this neighborhood. The master plan that is shown originally for Hopewell shows more density than R4 allowed. And so it was a goal up front in hiring us that we were being brought in to help via PUD, see what it would take to achieve the city's goals, affordable housing wise, within the codes. And so, yes, there was a decision up front that the transportation plan's statements of flexibility would be followed. So it allows for a sidewalk down to 4 feet. It allows for a tree plot down to 5 feet. And so the transportation plan's specific standards were called out as being the thing that the PUD with custom street sections would provide.
You decided early on to reduce the public realm, and were you aware that there was that bicycles are allowed on sidewalks?
We did extensive kind of explorations early on, and the city selected a site plan that had narrower rights of way. We have early site plans that all incorporated 60-foot rights of way.
Were you aware that
and
bicycles allowed on sidewalks? Because that is a safety concern that, why we preference wider sidewalks.
The transportation plan calls out that sidewalks that are also bicycle lanes are required to be 10 feet. In constrained blocks, they're allowed to be 8 feet. But sidewalks that are intended to be used for bicycles are required to be 8 feet wide by the transportation plan in constrained situations and 10 feet generally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd love to hear from Director Hiddle, and then if no objection, we can move to public comment. And then, just as a suggestion, it might be appropriate.
I have a question for Director Hiddle.
Please, yeah, that's what we'll move to him, and you can ask him questions when he comes.
Well, he might be able to answer it without, in his speech. What Councilmember Flaherty was saying was about.
Sorry,
okay.
Thank you. There's already been a handful of questions, so Director Hiddle, please respond, and then we can ask some follow-up questions. Go ahead.
Okay, so much to respond to. I'm not sure if there's a particular element or I guess I'll say that Allie is our designer, and she is a widely acclaimed designer. She's the person that we've brought in to design this project. Projects rarely benefit from democratic design. I think they do best when you have someone who is, again, widely acclaimed, who's tops in her field literally at this kind of development, to let her cook, let her do her thing. I think you put a certain measure of trust in somebody when you bring them in to do that, and you don't arrange and try to micromanage that work. I have to say, I've never seen this from a legislative body in my 20 years. To have a city council argue about 12 inches here, 12 inches there, argue about what a PUD is. A PUD is a deviation from your ordinance, a deviation from your subdivision regulations, a deviation from your zoning ordinance, a deviation from your transportation plan. It's clearly the best route to take here, and it's the one that we've taken. And this is a staggering conversation for me. The fact that, again, a legislative body, a city council, is meddling is the best word in something that they shouldn't be meddling in. This is plan commission material, if anything. So that's the crux of my response. Is there anything more detailed I should talk about?
I think the question that Councilmember Flaherty had put forward was around, particularly around the transportation plan and the consideration of it. Am I recalling that correctly?
I guess I'm curious, do we allow less than a 6-foot sidewalk for a subdivision anywhere in the city of Bloomington? Can you name a precedent where we have allowed, since we've had the transportation plan in place, where we've had a subdivision and not required a tree plot and a 6-foot sidewalk?
I don't recall offhand.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Councilmember Stassberg, did you have a question?
Well, going back to the transportation plan, which, Ms. Thurman is quoting that page in terms of not requiring existing streets to conform, but when we're redeveloping things, we require things to conform when we're redeveloping. And right now, we're redeveloping one side of that street. So I would think that street would then be included in the requirement to conform. And I appreciate what you said, well, it's a PUD, it's like a deviation, so like it's all different anyway. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, if there's redevelopment on one side of a non-conforming street, don't we make that conform?
I think page 25 grants license to go in either direction.
I'm nearly certain that's a novel legal interpretation of that clause in page 25 relative to how this has been administered with other developers in the city of Bloomington since the transportation plan has been passed. I'm almost positive of that. Can anyone tell me otherwise? Have we used that clause? Have we allowed a developer who's creating a subdivision or a rezone not to come into compliance with the transportation plan on the basis of that clause in page 25? Because the original context of that clause on page 25 was confusion among residents of older neighborhoods. Or are you going to come in and start taking land in the near west side to widen the street to match this typology? And the answer was, of course, no, that's not something the city's going to proactively do. But that's the context and the origin of that clause, why it's in there, how it's been interpreted and administered over time in the city of Bloomington, to my knowledge. So I guess I'm inviting, is there an example of another developer who has leveraged that particular phrase to not come into compliance with the transportation plan when creating a subdivision or rezone?
I'm not aware offhand.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg, then I have a question. Go ahead.
I don't want to call out the person's name, but I can definitively tell you of somebody who was required in his historic district and remodel of his historic home to come into compliance with the sidewalk and had to put in a 6-foot sidewalk, even though there's 4-foot sidewalks on either side of his dwelling, and he was not at all happy about it. I think that he has spoken about it publicly, but I'm not going to call out his name now. But I might email him and say, hey, this got brought up. So he had to do that in a historic neighborhood with his historic home to put in the bigger sidewalk.
Thank you. Director Hittel, do you attend BZA meetings?
Come again?
Do you ever attend BZA meetings?
Yes.
Do we ever accept variances of this sort in the BZA? Or have they ever come before the BZA?
I don't think that it would. You don't vary from the transportation plan.
Okay,
so
thank you.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go now, unless there's anybody else with questions for Director Hittel. We'll go to a time of public comment on what number reasonable condition is this? On reasonable condition 11, and then maybe we'll have mercy. If anybody in the public or online would like to comment on reasonable condition 11, you're welcome to do so. Anybody in chamber like to comment on reasonable condition 11?
Hello, my name is Joe Davis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am offended by the executive branch bullying us into thinking that they know best, that we shouldn't question their designers because of all the awards that they won. Well, in our community, this is unique. We need to address these issues clearly. The city council is the protector of the people in this scenario. You are protecting us from the overreach of the executive. If you allow a poor PUD that sets precedent, that makes it harder for people in the future to be able to have autonomy, flexibility, and all the things that empower them, then that's going down a road where we are only going to increase the idea and concept of victimhood. And we will have even fewer people wanting to live in Bloomington, work in Bloomington, and be a Bloomingtonian. We need to take the time to have the discussion and make sure that the people are allowed to have their input. Overall, these proposals that have been put forth by the City Council have many blind spots. We need to have more time for more public input so that we can truly come up with something that serves the people. Of course, we need affordability, but we also, too, need to allow homeowners the full rights of ownership. Restrictive covenants, silent second mortgages, they all end up encumbering the property. They all end up making those who have to live with those conditions feel that they are less than. In this country, before we had the Civil War, slaves, black people, were only considered 3/5 of a person. This PUD makes every homeowner only 3/5 of a homeowner. It does not allow the full property rights that people who are trying to build and establish equity need to have. Thank you very much.
Just a reminder, please keep our comments to the reasonable condition 11. Anybody else in chambers like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. John Zodi from CDFI Friendly Bloomington. Look, the hour's late, and I just want to maybe draw on what the question Councilmember Strasburg answered about what someone who's living in affordable housing might sort of deserve or entitled to with, number of trees and things like that. And I think, as a regional community development organization, we're always trying to look for people out there who can crack the code, who can get affordable housing done. And I think what I've seen is the desire to make sure people can find safe, affordable housing, right? And so if that means less trees in the tree plot or a vinyl plank floor rather than a hardwood floor, I've been through modular housing that has different fixtures that can save money, but the margins are small. And people are always trying to figure out how to get this done. And Bloomington is such a unique place, not only in our region, but in Indiana. We're the only city that has the level of robust housing protections in place that it does. We're the only city within an hour that has the kind of incentives that we do to subsidize affordable housing, quite honestly. We're the only community that has an active effort to get more landlords to accept vouchers, an active funded effort in the past to get more affordable housing online. And other communities are trying to do this, and they don't have as many resources as we do. And so I think it's a reality, Councilmember Strasburg, and I appreciate the observation because this is something we've got to talk about as we're talking about what is going to happen at Hopewell and how we actually have affordable housing there. And I would just continue to ask the council to keep in mind what that means if we're asking local developers to come in and do this work, because I see it in projects every day. The difficulty in putting together the financing, the time it takes, the lending, you've got to go through like 60 to 90 days of underwriting for loans, and it just adds time. And so when we think about adding requirements, I just ask us to keep in mind that homeowner at the end of the day, there's somebody waiting on that house and needs the assistance and the incentives that this community has the ability to offer that others don't. And so trying to keep all of those things in mind and the risk that we're putting on them to kind of quite honestly create barriers, which isn't intentional. No one on the council is trying to create barriers to someone owning a home, but the natural and the frustration of all this not you guys, but the frustration of trying to get the right pieces in place to develop affordable housing is extremely difficult. I see it every day. I've got people who are just right on the margin, whether they can get a project to work. That's my time. Thank you for your time.
Oh, that's your time. Thank you. Next on Chambers. You got to pay attention.
Yes, my name is Jeff Richardson, and yeah, on number 11, condition 11, I think it's a great discussion. I'm not happy how Ms. Thurman was treated, but I definitely think it's a worthy discussion. I'm reminded, I had a boss about 30 years ago, and she's having some difficulties with her husband, and he was talking about the relationship, and she finally said, hey, I'm here. We're here, we're the relationship, we're the two people involved. And so I hear about, the relationship. The mayor's right here. She's got 5 departments here. She just said she's gonna work with you all of April, all the way till the deadline if need be. Let's model some great behavior on how 9 Democrats, progressive, smart, intelligent, thoughtful, forward-looking Democrats can work with a smart, thoughtful, forward-looking, creative mayor. Let's do this together. It's so dysfunctional. We have 4 counties in the state that are Democratic. And in this county, we have a dysfunctional county government. The perception is that we can't get along with each other. Let's use this opportunity. I credit you folks for putting forward what you want. You got it. Should she have done it before? Maybe. But right now, let's seize the time, let's seize the moment, take advantage of these next 30 to 40 days, and let's show people how we can get things done. This is the best city in the world. I've lived all over the country. I love Bloomington. I love being here with every fiber in my body. I want you all to succeed. I know we can do this. Everyone has housing as their top priority. Please work together. Show Bloomington, show the state, show this country how we can get things done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone online?
Yes, there is.
Please, person online, take it away.
I'm sorry. This is John Fernandez again, and I really hate to follow Jeff Richardson. But let me just say this. I'm commenting now not as the CEO of Amplify Bloomington, but more as a member of the BZA. And I just want to say that, I've been on the BZA for over a year, and I can just tell the council that on a monthly basis, we grant variances. We grant variances because the UDO, the transportation plan, the climate plan, et cetera, often lead to impediments to some very common sense decisions on real world projects, not hypothetical stuff that's in the UDO. We make adjustments as part of our normal processes because in certain instances, our policies don't work in the real world. And that's what we do. And you can go back and you click the minutes of the BZA and the record, but there's, we have a wealth of data on where there are problems with the UDO. So this notion that somehow we have to take like a strict constructionist approach to these policies and these codes, it's not the real world. And respectfully, I think that is the whole point of a PUD, is that it's where, a real project that's trying to do something that's creative and different, and in many ways, almost retro in terms of kind of neighborhoods that we actually want in Bloomington, require deviation from strict constructionist approaches to our existing codes. I mean, at the end of the day, I've listened to this, for a couple of meetings now, and I think the fundamental question is like, by right, if you want to take the strict constructionist approach to the UDO and to the transportation plan and the climate change, et cetera, we're talking about like 23, 28 units by right? And what's being proposed is a pretty creative alternative that gets you north of 90 houses, 90 homes. I mean, so I'm just really kind of perplexed that we're having such this intense debate about trying to do something. We're trying to fall back on, process questions, power questions, all these kinds of things. At the end of the day, it's really, do we want 28 units, which is required, that can be built by right? Or do we want to do more than that? And, it's just, I would hope that the council would just move forward and not delay this further. I think there's been a ton of movement on issues about the percentage of units that are affordable. Let's just get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Anybody else in chambers? Seeing none, we'll come back to council. Any motions or comments? Please, Councilmember Zulik.
I move that we postpone Ordinance 2026-06 to the May 6th regular session meeting.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Stossberg.
I guess I just want to make a quick comment, but not necessarily about this motion, and I don't know if then it's appropriate for me to make that or not.
I'd like to make a comment. So would it be? I wonder if those who've said would be willing to let us do maybe a round of quick sort of comments and then reintroduce the motion, unless there's objection.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. So we can go to a round of comments. Does Councilmember Stossberg, would you like to start?
Sure, I'll go first. I want to respond to a couple of things, I guess, kind of in closing for tonight. I do think that we're all kind of proceeding about this with like the best thoughts in mind for Bloomington. And once again, it's like, yeah, it is really important to put that into perspective. I think it's a really almost like this like false concept that just because we're all Democrats mean that we always have to agree. And I think that it makes better government and better decisions when we actually have debate, when we actually have conversations, when we actually share ideas and challenge each other on our ideas. And honestly, if I at some point get challenged on an idea and I don't have a good response, then that's a moment that I have to really rethink my idea. And if any of us as people can't be challenged and accept that we're being challenged and either have a good justification and like, this is where we are and this is where we want to be, then we have to rethink our ideas. And if we're unwilling to rethink our ideas, or if we frankly get offended or all angry and pissed off at like our idea being challenged and now we have to rethink it, like just sit down at that point. Like, honestly, like we are in a forum where we're always trying to, do the best thing, and the best thing is going to be exchange of ideas. Secondly, I have notes all over, by the way, instead of all in one place, and that's not like helpful to me. I want to highlight something that Councilmember Flaherty said earlier in terms of that, difference of philosophy about approach. And Director Hiddle kind of said it, that Allie was brought in to, I think I wrote this down right, was brought in to design this project, and projects rarely benefit from democratic design, and that they just needed to let her cook and let her do her thing. And I think that was said maybe in this context of council needs to, stop trying to bug her, but I think also that that's how our staff then thought about it. So some of these questions that are getting brought up in terms of like, this is the expectation that we have in Bloomington. This is the philosophy around prioritization of sidewalks and why, we have those wide sidewalks. I appreciate that Councilmember Rallo brought up the bicycles on sidewalks as a thing, because that's actually legal. It doesn't have to be that the sidewalks are designed for bicycles. There may just be bicycles on these sidewalks, on these little 4-foot sidewalks, and that could be potentially problematic. And I think that those are things that locals know, that consultants don't necessarily know. And I think that that's one of those struggles with consultants. No matter how good a consultant is, they're not from where it is that they're doing the consulting. And no matter how many times they visit, like, there's always going to be those things. And I think that that is, you know, it's like the pros and cons of using consultants, right? And then I think the last thing I hope, at least that I'm going to remember, is I want to talk about the BZA. As some people kind of mentioned the BZA, and Mr. Fernandez spoke, and I'm actually, you know, we're doing this whole liaison thing now, and I'm actually the liaison to the BZA. And I went to a BZA meeting recently, and boy, did they spend an awful lot of time debating whether or not these variances should be granted. So if we want to compare this PUD to like one giant request for a variance, it is normal for those variances to be debated, to be discussed, to be like figured out how they fit into the whole and all of those things. And if that's, I mean, that's what we're doing right now, right? Is we are debating whether or not this like special request is gonna do good things for Bloomington, is reasonable, like all of those pieces. And so, you know, anybody trying to rush us as council through this process or be like, oh, well, you guys don't really deserve to think about that. It's like, no, our whole job as our elected officials is to try to take the large 20,000 foot view all the way down to how wide are the sidewalks, because the people who live here are gonna be our constituents and our residents one way or the other, and they're gonna come to us with those small complaints, and they're gonna come to us with the big ones. And it's important right now that we try to think about all those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stossberg. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. We are making progress, I think. I mostly wanted to talk about where I am and how I can get to yes on the PUD. And just a note too, I probably was speaking a bit frustratedly. If my tone came off as disrespectful to Ms. Thurman, I do want to apologize for that. I will say I did hear a number of things that were incorrect that she said at different times tonight. Another small example, it's trivial, but it's an example, is that South Dunn Street homes sold for $800,000. That's not true. They sold in the $200,000 range when they were built. A couple of them might be $800,000 now, but like that's a wildly inaccurate claim. And there was a lot of information coming at us. There were other things that were incorrect or really had unfounded assumptions. And again, I don't mean that in any sort of disrespectful way, but I think it is frustrating sometimes as a council member when you're trying to get the information you need to make decisions and you can't rely on the accuracy of the information all the time. So that's where that was coming from, I think, again, in frustration. Again, respect the work that's gone into it and her expertise, certainly. I do appreciate it, but I think we just have some differences of opinion about priorities, and that's okay. As far as where we are, it seems to me like unless we want to redesign and do the fire, access road as like a beeline style thing in the middle of Block 9, that it's maybe just too complicated and not feasible to adjust the alley widths. I'm not wild about that. I think they're oversized. The upshot of that is we can either allow monolithic sidewalks and make them smaller than what's allowed in the transportation plan, or that we've allowed other developers to ever do in this kind of context. To me, I think that is a deal breaker. I think it's extremely bad governance and bad policy precedent to use the PUD to really subvert our plans, which is in fact the opposite of the express purpose of a PUD, which is supposed to give considerable benefit above and beyond what code requires. So I'm just saying I'm probably a no vote on the PUD as a whole if we can't fix those things. Not because I don't want all this housing, which by the way, the other resolution that's on our agenda that we won't hear tonight that I brought a year ago after working with staff to develop it and that was opposed by the mayor at that time would have done a lot of the things that would make this allowable by right. The resolution that Councilmember Rosenberger brought would have done most of the other things in this PUD that it would all be allowed by right. Really, all that would have been left to change is modulating right-of-way variability based on whether you're including parking and allowing frontages. Actually, that might have already been addressed. Like almost all of this would be allowed citywide by right if the mayor had not opposed those resolutions a year ago. So that context matters too. We are talking about this PUD, of course, but these market solutions matter and they need to be applied at scale. I hope we'll get there. Back to this PUD, I think I could get on board with a 6-foot minimum sidewalk width along the streets, probably an 8-foot sidewalk width for what is essentially a multi-use path, a 5-foot tree plot anywhere that is physically possible. It might not be possible on the south side of Block 8. And a 10-foot sidewalk on Rogers Street. I realize we don't actually need the 40 whatever feet of right-of-way dedication on Rogers. It can be probably the 31 or 32 feet that is envisioned. But the 10-foot sidewalk, I think, is important. It's what we've built elsewhere already in Hopewell on Rogers Street, as well as further south on Rogers Street, and it fits. I have that in writing confirmed from the city engineer. And so there's no reason not to do that. A 5-foot sidewalk there would really, really be substandard. So, last point. I tried to ease up on the energy efficiency standards by saying you don't have to actually get the certification, but just meet what it is. I'm not quite sure I heard this earlier tonight, but I might have, which is actually that in the sustainable development incentives, there's an option 1, sub-bullet 5, which is about, I don't think it's quite as strict as LEED, but it is higher level energy efficiency. It's a certain number of points in different rating systems, and I think I could get on board with that as the more efficient code level that we're building to, as opposed to building to LEED level. The electrification, I think there's still a legal question about whether or not that's going to run afoul of the, some of the state preemption stuff. If we could do it as a written commitment, I think that'd be great if we feel comfortable with that legality. If not, I think it's probably okay to withdraw it because I think the stated intent is to develop the property as all electric efficient homes. And I think that covers most all the things. Oh, the last one, well, the short-term vacation rentals, I think that can actually be accomplished via written commitment as well instead of reasonable conditions, so let's work on how to do that, because I think we're on board with it. And then the permanent affordability is the last piece we got to figure out. I think we made some progress. Oh, sorry, yeah, okay. Yes, I can stop. I just wanted to...
You get another 3 minutes if you'd like them in a second, but 2, sorry, I forgot.
It was just in the spirit of this is actually what it will take for me to get this done in the next few weeks.
Yes, and thank you for that.
For me is a deal breaker.
Yep. Thank you so much. That is, I 100% agree. Very useful. Councilmember Daley.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a simple plea right now. So as we move forward, I just want to ask that we continue having these conversations. As we continue having these conversations, that we please not jump to assume the worst intentions in each other. I appreciate Councilmember Flaherty's words of passion, or talking about how he spoke in passion. Overall, though, tonight I was sad and embarrassed and angry to hear this body make accusations of speakers tonight that called their professionalism and/or intelligence and/or motivations into question. And we don't have to agree with what they are putting forth, but we do need to maintain decorum. We don't allow people to speak to us like that. Every one of us clearly cares very deeply about this project, and we all want Hopewell to be amazing because we all love this city and the people who call it home. So I just want to put that forth in the way we are presenting ourselves and how we work. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the immense amount of work that my colleagues have put into shaping this vision. The level of detail and the high standards being proposed come from a place of wanting the very best for Bloomington. In a perfect world, every single one of these conditions would be a total slam dunk. We all want beautiful architecture, perfect infrastructure, and top-tier sustainability. I don't think anybody doesn't want any of that. We need to keep in mind that the affordability and the attainability is the #1 goal here, though. I also want to acknowledge tonight that the administration has also made an effort this past week, and it may not have leaned in enough to get us to where we want to be right now, but I do want us to keep in mind that they did agree to 3 of the reasonable conditions last week, and Mayor Thompson started the night with an offer to give us another month, essentially, of discussion, which I hope that we keep having more of these, we keep up these discussions. And I don't see that offer as, Lucy putting the football out in front of Charlie Brown to just pull it away. I don't think there's no room for further discussion if that offer is being made. So hopefully we can come to some of those agreements, like I had spoken earlier in the night about the whole purpose of why we were continuing these conversations if we knew we weren't going to vote on it. So that's it. We still have a long road ahead of us and many more acres of Hopewell to develop, and we can work together to incorporate more of these designs and infrastructure goals in the next phases as the project matures, I hope. But for tonight, let's not let the pursuit of a theoretical perfection turn us against one another.
Thank you, Councilmember Daly. Other comments, closing comments? All right. All right, seeing none, are there any motions? Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. I move that ordinance 2026-06 be postponed to our May 6th regular meeting.
Second.
Point of order. Robert's rule says that we have to postpone to the next regular session. When we postpone to a certain date, we need to postpone to the next regular session.
I'll withdraw my motion and motion to table ordinance 2026-06 until...
Hey, could I ask the clerk to tell us what to do here? Because you are a certified Roberts person or whatnot. What's the best course of action? Easiest
I don't have my
course.
certification yet, but...
well, no, we wouldn't have known. Go on.
What is your goal? To postpone or to not deal with it until May 6th?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be on the 22nd, and it still gives us time to have. We have a deliberation session next week, for example, that we could. Is it 2 weeks from now? Not next week. So we have two. So we have. So we have a deliberation session on the 15th that we could use to talk about Hopewell, and then we can schedule it for the 22nd, all the same, and obviously then if we're still not ready, we can just from the outset reschedule it to May 1st.
Sure.
Is there any reason, Mayor Thompson, was there like a specific reason to say the May 4th?
6th.
Sorry, I like Star Wars. Sorry, it's.
I was encouraging us to use all time between now and May 6th to discuss this and to make a final decision by May 6th.
Okay.
It seems that we need plenty of time.
Okay, but that wouldn't preclude also using April 22nd. So let's maybe schedule it to April 22nd.
And you have a deliberation session between now and then.
Correct.
It could be
That's
used
what we were
for
just
this.
saying. Yes.
Yes.
So yeah. So
I withdraw any previous motion, and I move that ordinance 2026-06 be postponed to our next regular scheduled meeting on April 22nd.
Yeah, second.
there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion carries. Thank you very much. We now have other things on the agenda. Are there any motions noting the time?
I think I'll invoke the 10:30 rule.
You have to be more explicit, please.
If we just fail to motion, then
Yeah, we can either motion to adjourn, whatever you want. Go for it.
I think I made my
Say sorry. Everyone's talking at the same time. Councilmember Flaherty.
I move we conclude the portion of the meeting on second reading and move to the next portion of the agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion carries. Any other motions? Okay, we're now at a final time of public comment for things that were not on the agenda. If anybody would like to make a comment at this moment, you'll have 3 minutes to do so. Is there anybody in chambers who would like to make a public comment who did not comment previously? Is there anyone online? Okay, thank you very much. All right, that concludes our time for public comment, which leads us to a time of council schedule. Is everybody okay with us using our next deliberation session to deliberate on Hopewell? Are there any objections?
I'd like to leave that question up to Councilmember Flaherty because he was scheduled in there.
Yeah. I'm comfortable with it, using the time and finding another time. I know it's gonna,
had we arranged, though, for others to be here, just so that we, I mean, is there any work that Councilmember?
we had gotten agreement that they were available, but I'm sure they won't.
And those are all city staff, like we don't have like CJAM or anything like that?
Right, no, we don't have anything like that lined up. I think it will delay the opportunity for I know we're queued up to like September on public safety, so I do think it will delay deliberations on the challenge of sidewalk safety and accessibility, or pedestrian safety and accessibility in the wake of snow events, to a point in time past which budget implications could be, meaningfully informed. But so it goes. I'm okay.
Fair point. We could also push the public. I mean, we have multiple public safety, so we could do one public safety.
Well, we have a
sidewalk.
deliberation session in May. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Councilmember Fleury.
Basically, I'm fine not doing sidewalk safety and snow stuff
but the
in April.
implications, I mean,
We'll figure it out.
Councilmember Stossberg, then Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I just wanted to point out that there are 5 Wednesdays in April, and we don't have a meeting scheduled at all right now for April 29th, so I don't know if it's at all possible to put April 29th on the calendar as another deliberation session about the sidewalks, so that then we could have that discussion before its budget, but we can't decide that tonight, probably.
Yeah, okay. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I thought that the deliberation sessions about public safety were moved to September and October, and that being the case, I believe that we could do sidewalks in May.
Yeah. Oh, that's what she said. Hey, okay. Okay. Any other things? So tomorrow we have a hiring committee. Just a reminder to my colleagues. Any other things for the good of the order? All right. To wonderful residents, thank you for being here. And this meeting is adjourned.